this episode, we have the HP ProBook 5320, the HP TC 1100, the HP ZE 5430, and the HP EliteBook 8560. And just like before, most of these come with software discs. And apparently I have the wrong version of CDs for this machine. Let me see if I can grab the correct one. Meanwhile, the ZD8000 actually appears to be oh, I didn't set this one right. There, restart. Alright, now it should work. I have a much better version of Disk 1 for that machine, so we'll get that ready as the other ones are set up. So we'll set this one aside for now, and we will restore the factory image. So let's hope this works. And this looks to be a Russian copy of Windows 7. It looks like that's our only option. But, so let's go ahead and start XP here. So F8 to agree and format the partition. And I'll just choose English on this one and install. And here's the other one. Custom install because this is a blank hard drive. And there's another one right there. There we go. Format the drive. And that should packs. Alright. All of them except for that compact are restoring. And as soon as I get that proper CD for the compact on the system, we will proceed. Alright, one of them is done, and that's the ZD8000. I'll move this over because it's going to adjust the resolution. Yeah, I'll just resize the windows so it can fit everything on the screen. There enough. Alright, so this guy is done, and I did get the SR1410 to start, finally. You can start seeing some of the tablet PC stuff coming up already. And I'm getting the third disc inserted now. And the interesting part about this is that on the 1410 there was a red compact startup logo. there was a red compact boot animation with the bars, and this was when they were bought out by HP. So we're seeing the HP graphical interface. And even though that disc 1 was completely different, all the other discs that I had already acquired actually work. So that's impressive. And of course, like before, this is just a standard retail copy of XP. And now you can see the tablet PC keyboard type as I type in all the characters. And now we'll click finish. And now I'm going to insert the software CD. So, nothing exciting to see with tablet PC, of course. Now let's open up Explorer, but I wonder if the Windows key E shortcut command works in XP. So it does work, okay. Alright, so we'll open up the... Let's go to the Explorer, and we'll open this folder here. So here's all the stuff we have. We have a 4-in-1. I wonder what this is. This is for the PCI Ultra Multimedia controls are done. And it's this one. But I guess we can't tell what edition it is, as my keyboard layout is in Russian. But I'll try to see if I remember what I'm doing. It's going to try to say that the computer name is not the same as the username. Or it is the same, rather. I'll just leave the time as it is. And we have this. I think this must be the setup program. Texas Instruments card bus software. And I see this XP setup is also done. This is for the audio driver. And of course we know what this branded is. This is to apply the HP branding. And it will automatically apply once we run the setup. And yep, we can see the branding already took effect. So now that this copy of Windows 7 Professional is installed, now I'm going to go ahead and insert the software disk on here so we can look at all of its components. And this guy is ready for, I believe this isn't a driver disk. I believe this is more of a, I believe it's more of drivers rather than a CD. It has a setup wizard. Let's see if it runs. And in the meantime, we'll go ahead and set up the TC1100 software. And now I'll swap out the disk with the software CD. Software and drivers, and then we have this for Bluetooth. Let's see what this one is. Wonder what this is for. Tablet PC button driver. So there were some buttons, so exclusive like control buttons, but this is a virtual machine, so it won't work. And I believe the software CD on here will be extremely similar. And only install the software, so I believe it'll scan. Or is this the only option we have? Yeah, I can't tell if it was Russian or English. I think one of those buttons meant install. And this is for chipset, so it looks like this is mainly for drivers. We have a CPQ set. I wonder if that's right. And this sends us back to the previous screen. I can't tell what that warning says. Reads. Oh, before continuing, select the software you want to install. And then there's an install and a cancel button. It says take. And we have featured, which has nothing. So I believe there's a folder somewhere on here that contains everything. So this is open or explore. And we have a shortcut in here. And this, I believe, is what contains all of the stuff that's on the disk that program does not recognize. So let's see what this one is. It's an internet setup wizard. And then diags, which I believe is diagnostics. And let's see what's on here. So Alcor SC, and this is the Alcor Micro Smart Card Driver. This is the app installer. And let's see what happens if we run this. No, it's an icon. And this, I believe, is the executable. And on here, looks to be about the same. But let's start at the... And this one is ready for disk 6, I can see. So I'll go ahead and clear and put in disk 6, it says. Yes, disk 6. It's already installed. Yes, it is. And I see the application crashed. So that probably indicates that it does not work. Yeah. My main system's already being put under heavy load with all of this stuff running at once. The install shield has successfully installed it. I wonder if it'll detect the software now. Let's see what happens now. Does it recognize everything? Nope, not even being ran from the directory. It doesn't recognize it. Okay, that's unique. Alright, next thing is DQM. Let's see what this one is. This is an online crash analysis marker file generator. And I mean, I don't even know why that's necessary, because Windows XP automatically sends crash files over to Microsoft each time the system crashes. Well, each time either the system crashes or a program crashes or doesn't respond. So now to put in the 5th and final disk. And this, I believe, is Power DVD. This is WinDVD version 4. Manager. This is the ATI graphics card. This is a network. That's a network card. This is to update the BIOS. These are Bluetooth drivers. This is a camera driver. This is a light-on camera driver, I can tell. And we'll go ahead and accept all these agreements and everything like that. And then this is an installer for Flash, even though Windows 7 already comes with one by default. This is an accelerometer, it looks like. So, when DVD is installed, I'm sure it's been more than 18 minutes. Anyway, back over to the TC1100. That's a wireless card. This is a Wacom pen driver. This is for the video. And this tour is actually to install a tour video. This installs a tour video file onto the system. 3D drive guard, which of course stops the hard drive in the event of any sort of movement. Now that's actually unique, the kind of approach HP was doing, because I heard Lenovo did the exact same thing with their ThinkPad. Was it Lenovo or was it IBM? But whatever. Well, both manufacturers actually did something similar here. And this looks like a demo video. Okay, that does nothing. What about this one? This launches. So let's install it. Now that was a tour video for Plan Plus. So we'll take a look at that. Sun Java disk. Wait a second, am I using the correct driver? I must be using the wrong disk. I must be using the wrong disk. I must be using the wrong disk. Well, we've already taken a look at... Yeah, we've already taken a look up to here, so... Let's try to install it again. And we'll continue, and this time do the right disk. HP tool. This installs, I believe, HP diagnostic tools. And now open up the correct disk. There we go, much more than before. So here we go. So for the ZD8000, let me get this right. Or is it ZE8000, but I had it wrong when I was setting it up. But yeah, that's correct. Oh. So this is Adobe Reader 6. Sure, we'll go ahead and install all features of this program. And it looks like the Restore Plus is done. And of course the 3D drive guard does not work. This one, yeah, it looks like this is a wireless driver. So let's see, day SDR. Then we have audio. Let's install the proper branding. Or is the branding just going to remain the same? It probably will. And then this HP day thing looks to be additional, I guess, patches. So, yep, that won't work. And this is ready for the 7th. Maybe maybe the 7th and final disc. Or on this version, there might be more. But we'll see what comes out of it. Because I think from what I saw, there were like 10 discs. So maybe I'll have to go back and grab all 10. Alright, let me just go ahead and hit exit on that. This is Service Pack 1 of .NET Framework. That's a language, I believe. No, it looks like this actually installs an older version. iTunes. Here's the US version. So this actually installs iTunes onto the device. And here's the first of the HP Quick Restores that actually made it all the way through to the end. But let's both end user license agreements. Computer name. Image enhancements. Looks like, which for some reason deletes all the icons on the desktop. And this is an OS enhancement set. Now we're gonna skip. There's the registration card. Who will use this machine? Of course I will. Although we won't be using it for long though. Click finish. And now let's see if there's a software installer that runs after this. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case with many HP computers at the time. Next is the HP Help and Support tool, which puts that shortcut on the Start menu. Yep, it is asking for disk 8. So I'm going to pretty much need to grab the remaining disks. And it looks like we've run into some problems already. That's not good. That is not good at all. Look at it in a bit. But I want to see what the error is, and we'll see if it even boots. And HSC, I believe, is that. And I can tell by the boot screen that that is RTM. This is the help and support tool from earlier. And yeah, driver not less or equal. So that's not going to work, sadly. And the ProBook is finally almost done. I wonder what this one is. I don't. This is the Texas Instruments thing. This is for the modem, and the rest of them look to be for drivers. This one, what does this one install? Looks like it installs a printer. But I guess we'll find out. Mobile printing for notebooks. I probably won't even proceed, but we'll just see what ends up happening now. Anyway, let's continue looking. So it looks like, what's this preload for? I'll let this keep trying boot, and if it continues to fail, then yeah, I'm gonna let that continue to boot, and if it continues to fail, then we'll just shut it off. The client automation agent preload wizard. I'll give that some time. I believe this installs the mobile printing components. That's for the network card. This is, it looks like this is QuickTime. Yeah, that's not going to work, unfortunately. Yeah, as much as I would love to have it working, sadly, that's not going to happen. Yeah, sadly, that is not going to happen. Alright, well, let's finish looking at all the stuff on each of these. This one looks to be a driver of some kind. This looks like the setup wizard for Performance Advisor. This looks like setup for a media. So it looks like this installs a Media Center Edition update, which this is not Media Center. This is Tablet PC, and this looks like a thing that installs XP Media Center. But I see we have HP Total Care, which is the Help and Support Center page. And then we have a Media Center icon on the desktop with no icon and no link. Power Assistant, I'm guessing, is what this is. That's just some other miscellaneous stuff. This is for Macromedia Flash. Modem card. This is for the Microsoft Zone component, which installs all those Zone Deluxe games. And I wonder what this one is. This is the HP software framework. And these are all the games that we've had before. And then that's the system diagnostics tool. This is the HP tools. Looks like this looks like it installs a font pack, because I can see a bunch of fonts. This actually installs Movie 3. That's for the Protect Tools Security Manager. This is the audio card. Like these are some additional drivers. And I believe that says it does not work or is not compatible. These are just some Intel drivers, chipset drivers, and Micron. Let's let it run silently in the background. We have a modem card, and what is this one? Yeah, it says the setup didn't install right, but we'll go ahead and execute it. Alright, this is Norton Antivirus 2005, which I'm sure you've all seen many times before, so let's install it. this looks to be a network card, and looks like this same one was compatible for other versions of Windows, including 98, ME, and 2000. This looks to be Quicken Loans. I can tell by QLB. No, it's the quick launch buttons. What am I thinking? And then, let's see what Recno is. It's ENU. This is English UK. Oh, these are just some README files in various languages. And this is for Sonic Record Now, which will not work. I'm assuming this will not function either. So we might as well cancel that. And looks like this installs a PDF reader. PDF complete. I accept the agreement. This PDF complete is now installed. REQ1, is this like prerequisites or something? I think it is. But we're almost at the end. And these are some additional requisites. And this setup file is system enhancements. So it looks like this installs some updates for XP. Let's see what this CAS detect is. And this one looks to be SARK Intelligent Updater. This installs updated virus definitions. SP2894. Looks like this might be. This looks like a internet driver. File analyzer. So let's install that. Let's install whatever this is. And then we have the same prerequisite software from before. Let's just run the batch file and install. But we're going to have to wait until this one's done. So we'll install that. And there it is on the desktop. Anyway, where were we? We were on. Oh. Yeah, it did not like that. It did not like that. I was just about to reset it. Alright, well, while that restarts, let's go to here. This looks like the quick launch as well. Oh, that one crashed too. Wow. It really doesn't like that. Alright, so let's insert disk 8. Such a shame because both were almost done. Oh, there we go. Now we can let them finish. Windows did not start successfully. Try booting again. Alright. Let's reopen the CD and continue looking. It looks like the rest of them is driving. So there's the systems recovered from a serious error. This is the update for Windows Media Player 10. And it looks like I think that's it. The rest of it on this machine is just drivers. So that's really everything the ZD8000 has to offer. So let's go ahead and turn that off. And I see the other one is finally done. The other Windows 7 machine is finally ready to go. I'll just call this one 5320. I'll just put the HP in front of it then. Alright, well, we will not be setting up a password. We'll just keep the time zone as it is. Here we go. This should be disk 8 in its entirety. Don't tell me it's going to require disk 10. Or 11, perhaps. That would be bad. Especially bad. Alright. Back over here to this machine. Let's go ahead and run the brandit, which updates the branding. Well, great. Now we're going to have to wait for disk 9. So it looks like it only comes in 9 disks. That's interesting. Anyway, moving right along, this installs the tour video. But let's take a look at what else it installed otherwise. Oh, we already have the video. I see. So, Franklin Covey Plus. Alright. Now we can proceed with it. And it looks like on it, the trial has already expired. And we just click OK. Apparently nothing happens. It just closes the program. Now let's see what the tablet PC tour is. Oh, that crashed the system too. Well, that's interesting. And yes, let's install the prerequisite. Alright. Now, on the ProBook, let's go ahead and swap that out with the software disk. Alright, so we should see it explore. So first, let's see what it actually finds. This installs the face recognition driver for a webcam that does not exist. CompuTrace Protect. HP software setup has stopped working. Well, that's not good. That's not good, especially for a brand new installation of Windows. So we'll see what this one is. Cannot be installed until HP Protect 6. Whoa, it cannot be installed. But it looks like the rest of these are HP Protect tool components, which we cannot unfortunately install. This is Device Access Manager, which looks to work, but I don't think it'll get that far, but we'll find out. PTE SEM. Looks like a TPM icon. I'm guessing this might be for the TPM 1.2 technology. says embedded security tools requires these things to be installed for proceeding. This is the face recognition tool we were just on. But yeah, otherwise, that looks to be it. Let's see what the Convy thing is. Nope, this will not work. This is a drive encryption tool, which will not work. This is an Intel driver. This one installs the privacy manager. And then some programs. They're a file sanitizer. It's HP's version of File Shredder, which, like Bitdefender, includes. You can permanently delete files without any traces left on the hard drive. And this looks like it's another driver. This is the Roxio thing. Let's see what it actually installs. So it looks like this is my DVD. So nope, this will not work. And SB, looks like this might be for LightScribe or something. Yeah, that's the one that has the product key trial. But wait a minute, there's this shortcut that says digital magazines. I wonder what this is for. Let's see what it actually includes. So it looks like this is from the Xeno magazine. It looks like it includes some samples. And this is the HTML file it loads up when we load for the first time. It's basically a guide as to using the program. And then here is the sample. My goodness, Intel Pentium 4 for $1,000. Man, no wonder why Dell machines were so expensive back in the day. Even then, they're still expensive now, even on minimal specs. Just absolutely impressive how much technology has come a long way. Alright, so for the most part, the XP stuff is done. Alright, so let's install the Roxio tool. Oh, no, don't restart. Don't restart, we're not done yet. And this installs Norton 2011. This is a touchpad driver. It looks like the rest of these are drivers. What does this install? It's from an unknown publisher and does not work. No, that's for... Oh. Maybe it said that wasn't for the correct operating system. That was for Service Pack 2 of Vista. This one is for Windows 7. And it still doesn't work. So... And then what do we have here? HP... a support assistant. That's what this installs. And then this installs the background. What about the setup tool? Where does this redirect to? Does it feed back to that HP wallpaper program? I wonder what this def set is. Nope, it just redirects back. So this is Roxy on My DVD Business Edition from 2010. And then the rest of these look to be video drivers, so video and network cards. So that looks to be it otherwise for this one. That was the default settings it tried to install. And we have a bunch of non-responsive apps. And I see it installed the LightScribe shortcut, which apparently is just an HTML file. This just basically explains LightScribe and other things you could do with a LightScribe system. So we'll just let the remaining piece of software finish installing. And now let's go over here, and I believe this will be exactly the same. So over to the 5320 now. First up we have the Chewer Your PC, an opening support assistant. Gives you a license agreement. Can we hit skip? No, I suppose we have to press that. There we go. So this is just like a, I believe this is a step-by-step guide of sorts. So yeah, I guess that's all there is to see. But then here we have the Performance Advisor, which unfortunately no longer works. The PDF Complete, just like Adobe Reader. And that's all there is to see on the EliteBook. We're waiting for disk 9 to finish so we can complete the restore on this one. And while we continue waiting, this was the app install, which I believe crashed earlier. Yep, right as it executes, it crashes. We'll go ahead and we'll run that. This looks like the ArcSoft camera suite. Software setup won't even work. This is the webcam sharing manager, BIOS update camera driver, HordLoft. That looks like it installs CoreSoft DVD. The CoreLoft DVD player, CoreSoft, whatever that brand is. Coral Home Office. So it's like that might be a sort of a free alternative to Microsoft Office, I believe. And then this is their PDF program. So this just installs the free reader, and then this installs a trial of their Pro Edition, which does require a license. So for the purposes, we'll just install the Pro trial, and that's the default settings. There's some more drivers here. This is the quick buttons, which apparently is Vista and XP, which don't work on 7. And then we have the driver disk. This is for flash. And then the rest of these look to be for the security tool similar to what we saw earlier. I haven't seen this low jack thing, which I'm not sure what this one installs, but let's see. This is for theft recovery. And this installs HP Assistant. That's the wallpaper, which we know will not work. Alright, now we can insert disk 9 on here, and hopefully the recovery will finally complete. Don't ask for a disk 10, please. And this is for the NVIDIA video card. And this looks to be an installer for Skype. So it looks to be an older version of Skype. We've seen Skype before. So there isn't really anything too special to report there. And it looks like there's a standard Roxio, and then the Roxio B looks to be activation business files. Setup application by Sonic Solutions. And what else have we got? Nuance PDF reader. That's the one that had the Pro edition and the standard edition. And then we have, don't know what this one is, but I see there's McAfee, which looks to be a trial. And great, both my VMs are locked up again. The Roxio thing just has the comp thing, which redirects to the business edition. This looks to be Realtek drivers. This one is a setup package for what driver or program? The Realtek Ethernet controller. This is HP's Quick Sync tool. And of course it asks for disk 10, which we do not have, unfortunately. Well, great. That means we're going to have to find another machine that will do the job. And in fact, I do have another option. So unfortunately, we will not be able to get that working. So we're going to do a different machine instead. Now, one of my USBs is blank. I believe this is the one. And I do have something that will fill in for it instead. And where did the thing come up? Where did it come up with? Where do you want to plug it in? Did it come up on my other one? Yes, it did. Okay, there we go. Alright then. No, do not restart. But we know what the support assistant looks like. PTSGH. DP Auto Run. And this installs that privacy manager. So it looks like the rest of these are just prerequisite software and stuff for other things. So that's the installer for McAfee. This is Roxio Creator Business. Adds acceptable known good executables to the McAfee firewall. So, was that the first one that we just did? Maybe we have to run the McAfee installer first and then execute the firewall. Alright, now going back to the host, I have found out, as I said, that the SR 1410 cannot proceed because there are only 9 disks available, and that's really all we have. So, we're going to do something else. Let's instead try the HP Compact NC6320. This is the only recovery disk for it that was provided. So we're going to do this one instead. Alright, we'll let McAfee install its components. And I believe that's it. As this is the PDF tool from the other installation. And this looks to be, this says soft stylus. So it looks like it's a Motorola driver. Yeah, because it looks like this was one of those, because it looks like it was one of those touchscreen laptops from way back when. I guess way back when. Yeah, that's a pretty cool boot screen. The giant HP logo and the Windows XP bar. That's how they should have done this with XP when they preloaded it on their machines. That's probably what they should have done. But it would be nice, but again, we'll have to see. But again, this is the only disc that was provided with this, so we'll see how this goes. But otherwise, that looks to be it for drivers and everything like that. And this is Professional PDF Converter version 6. You can see down here it's also installing some additional components. And it looks like the recovery cannot proceed until I find disk 2, which I don't even know where that is. I'm going to download the compressed CD version of this. Anyway, this one is done. And this one is done. No, do not restart. I do not think this is going to work, as I said already. And yeah, go ahead and install Theft Recovery. And this, I guess, is a DVD player. Sort of a more enhanced version of Windows Media Player. powered by Grace Note. Interesting that we get to see that animation first thing. All right. So, yeah, pretty much it'll just install McAfee, so nothing too exciting to see. And looking at the all programs list, the tour your PC, I believe, is that same graphical thing from earlier. I guess not. It shows it gives an overview of the device, what it actually looks like. We can't see the whole thing, but there's all the accessories that were offered with it. And it talks about each of them, like the 2.0 docking station, the external CD DVD drive. These are all the smart AC adapters. You can carry a replacement battery to extend the time of productivity. You can also upgrade your memory. So of course HP offered hardware upgrades, but only at limited levels. And there are the carrying cases that they also offer, along with a privacy filter, which you can install as an optional component. I'm pretty sure that is used in banks, as far as I know. And then mobile speakers, which is what those are. And then an essential port replicator. So essentially it'll give more USB room. And then you can look at it from each side. And then it just talks about different features of the device. So that's what that is. So this isn't a DVD player, it is a DVD creator, rather. But from here I don't get the option to quit. Let's just go ahead and shut it down. Alright, finally got the rest of the CDs and the restore is done. I didn't even bother showing the restore process because it was literally the same thing as the last episode. So we're just waiting for the out-of-box experience to load. And look at that. We didn't even get a code purple or anything. But, will we? So we can go ahead and set this up. Yep, US is of course our country and region. We're in the central time zone. And this is Tablet PC Edition 2004. Sure, even though it doesn't work out of the box. Skip the computer name. What's your admin password? No, I don't need an admin password, and I'm not registering for HP's 2004-5 registration card. Alright, here's what the desktop looks like. It looks just like when we saw that other one. Nothing too special. However, I see the Microsoft Interactive Training was preloaded. For Windows XP Professional. My God, that training window is really, really tall. If you are new to Windows XP, some manufacturers preloaded this with their machines, others decided not to, but of course it'd be based on the edition. In this case, this is Pro, so we of course would get the Pro edition, and of course we'll get each individual and separate things. I always seem to be intrigued by the automatic updates thing in the training tutorial. So here's the window that does all the work, and these are the playback controls.
Overview of automatic updates and Windows Update.
Automatic Updates is a Windows feature that enables you to automatically download and install software updates over the Internet. These updates include the latest critical software revisions, updated device drivers, and new product enhancements that are specific to the software and hardware on your computer. These revisions help fix known problems, such as security or performance issues, and provide the latest versions of various Windows components. By default, Windows automatically downloads updates when you're connected to the Internet and the required bandwidth is available. You are then notified when the updates are ready to be installed. To view and install the available updates, you can click the icon in the notification area of the taskbar. You can then select the specific updates you want to install.
You can configure automatic updates by using the Automatic Updates tab of the System Properties dialog box. In addition to the default setting, automatic updates can be configured to notify you before downloading any updates and then notify you again when downloads are ready to be installed. If you prefer manual updating, you can also use this dialog box to turn off automatic updates entirely.
The Windows Update website is the online extension of Windows that helps you manually identify and select updates for your computer's operating system, software programs, and hardware. New content is added to the site regularly, so you're assured of getting the most recent updates to protect your computer and keep it running smoothly. Clicking Scan for Updates on the home page of the website will cause Windows Update to scan your system and give you a list of suggested components based on your current installation. Keep in mind that some updates might require that you restart your computer. Be sure to save your work and close any open programs before installing any updates.
Automatic updates and Windows Update make it easy to fix known problems and help keep your computer working at peak performance.
Overview of Compatibility Mode.
In the past, many Windows-based programs were designed to share common files. This helped computers with limited resources run multiple programs.
So, other than all of that, that's pretty much it. There's nothing else to report here. So, next time will be part 3 of our HP mini-series. where we've got 6 more of these machines lined up. So until then, thanks for watching, and we will see you in the next episode. Hey everyone, it is nostalgia time once again, and welcome to the 4th and final part of the HP mini-series, as we have 6 final HP machines to take a look at here. The first one is the HP NC 8430, and in fact I have already done all of the pre-installation stuff. I've already done the ghost file, I've already done everything else in advance. And I can already tell that this copy of XP is in Russian. And interestingly, I also found a way that I could convert this Russian copy of XP to English. This is what I was doing with the Portuguese copy of Windows 7 that we looked at in the last episode. But we can change it all later. So, yes, I accept the terms and conditions. Go ahead and turn updates on, even though they don't work out of the box. We will skip the computer name. And I can tell this is the professional edition. So we'll hit finish. So here we are at the desktop. There we go. I guess I just did that to convert this to Russian, but we're going to be converting it back to English in just a little bit. However, let's see what was installed. So here's the backup and recovery set with the recovery partition, SoundMax drivers, Bluetooth, games, the usual XP things, and the ATI control center, remote assistance, and that's really all we've got. Let's see what the narrator sounds like. Well, that's on-screen keyboard. Here's HP's backup and recovery manager asking to create recovery disks. Well, we are just going to just say don't do that. Let's see what kind of keyboard layout it has. Yeah, it doesn't like Russian. Because I put in narrator and it does it in the Russian layout. So I can switch it to English US, and now I can type it in. Oh, I didn't type it all the way. There we go. Will it even speak at all? Wow, Sam doesn't know any Russian. Oh, gosh. Okay. Now, let's try to convert the system to English. So we go to language and region. No, that's internet. This is language and region. Then we go to language and regional standards. And if we scroll it up, we will find the English countries. This is English United States. And as you can see, and this menu, conversion tables. Just gonna, well, I can't change that. So that only changes the currency, but it doesn't change the locale. Specify your location. Well, we're gonna change that. And we'll need to keep scrolling up. Yeah, I think it labels all the countries in alphabetical order by first letter.
30. Windows.
Yeah, that's really all Sam says. And this must be United States. And we'll hit apply. And there we go. We now have English time. However, that's it for that. Now we need to... Oh, we don't need to. Because it looks like everything's already been adjusted. Now this is XP, so it might not be as simple as it was in Windows 7. But we're gonna... We can add display languages. We'll view more.
0.
And we're going to delete the Russian keyboard layout. And press OK. Unable to remove the Russian layout. It is currently in use. The removal will be done on the next reboot. Okay. So the Russian layout will be removed upon restart. But yeah, that's the best. But yeah, that's the best I'm going to be able to do with this one. So, I mean, that was neat. Trying to convert a Russian copy to English, well, mostly a success. Alright, we are going to move on now to the next one. Next up, we have the HP Pavilion 510C, which comes with an older build of XP, the Home Edition to be exact. As you can tell, this is either RTM or Service Pack 1, but we are about to find out. And I didn't go to Winver on the other one because I already assumed what it was going to be. It was going to be Service Pack 2. And just like the other one, well, I was about to say the mouse didn't work. Well, the mouse didn't respond right away, but now it's working. So it's starting to recognize everything as the out-of-box experience loads up, and we're not getting any code purple errors so far, so that's good news. And no video or animation, whatever. That's a shame.
Welcome to Windows XP. I'm Victor from the Hewlett-Packard Company, and I'm here to help you set up your new computer. I can explain things as you move along. Anytime you need help, just click me with a mouse or press the F1 key. I'll be right here if you need me.
That's interesting. They got Victor to replace the question mark in this one, although in later releases the question mark would eventually return. Of course I can hear the music. All this is correct. Central Time. This is Windows XP RTM, it looks like. We'll skip the computer name for now. And skip that. Here's the HP registration card. Yes, we're going to skip registration. Do not remind me to register at all. And now we'll click finish. Well, that was a very quick boot, and it looks like all the software is already installed. So, and I see McAfee's Active Shield saying that the online version has expired. To reinstall, please visit this website. Let's see what happens when we try to visit it. Does anything happen? It's probably not going to happen. I see a bunch of found new hardware prompts and everything like that. The page cannot be displayed as I've expected. So here's the old trick that HP does, integrating this with the start menu. Now, before we touch this, yeah, sure. No, I'm not rebooting Windows. To set up internet access, please open this. So that's going to be the first one we'll look at. Yeah, you can see what an HP machine with XP was like when this was new. So here's their form, which we'll skip. This also includes a membership of America Online, and it'll go through some other offers and options, and yeah, just go ahead and remind me anyway, although I don't even care. So I see a music store icon is on the desktop. It'll keep adding stuff as we continue here. And I see a bar showed up. Now I suppose this is a predecessor to HP Organized. They call this HP Center, which is essentially I believe a media controller. So here you can check finances, and that's some details on how you can connect to the internet. And this is Quicken Financial Center, so this is where you can get financial statistics for you. Well, it's not like stocks from across the country or anything like that. And then people, and then music. Talks about Music Match, already installed. And then shops, this is where you go to shop for accessories, from power outlets to monitors to everything like that, along with entertainment and imaging things. And then this is their support tab, and you can customize this in any way you'd like. And you can have something on the ticker, which it doesn't give an option to do anything. But that's right. That's pretty neat. Although not much of a predecessor, but it's pretty neat. So, let's see what was installed. Of course, nothing here, but we do have the Microsoft Interactive Training for Windows XP Home Edition, which did come pre-installed on my Nana's machine, interestingly. And it works just the same as it was. We have Ditto IntelliMover. I'm guessing this is a tool where you move stuff from your old machine to your new one. Just let the demo run. I do not even know if it even exists anymore. So, that's the little demo, but that's really what it is. So, no special games. And then Record Now is that DVD creation app. We have the HP tools with PC Doctor and application recovery and system recovery, and that tour guide again. So, just for fun, let's have the HP tour guide and the automatic updates thing running at the same time. It's gonna be good. This is gonna be good with all this stuff running.
Good afternoon.
Well, didn't like that. We are going to try that again. Well, first let's run the interactive training. But before we continue, let's see what else we have. We have Kazoo Keeper. Click the button below to go to Kazoo Studio and download the latest version. And that's it. I don't even know what the heck that tool is. And then we have McAfee. Well, we can't do that. There's Works, which we know that's a free version of Microsoft Office. And in fact, Microsoft actually just released, as of the time of recording, a non-subscription based release of Microsoft Office. They call it Office 2024. And I believe it is available for free, so that's great. You get the premium features of Office without a subscription. So I guess they wanted it to be a sort of predecessor to Microsoft Works. So I guess they wanted that to be a successor to Microsoft Works, which I think they discontinued. What do we have here? Film speed, quality movie. The server name or address could not be resolved. Well, sadly that doesn't work no more. We have a preview. And then in my photo center, it looks like we have Photo Fantasy 2000, which runs full screen apparently. Get Fantasy, Get Photo. So, yeah, I suppose this is where you can take pictures and you can create wacky things with them. So, these are some of the sample photos. And you can even take some of them from this folder here. We'll press acquire, and that's a source, but we have to click OK. And there we go. Now we can put a sample photo onto a $50 bill. This is not legal tender. It's fake junk worthless. And it'll save it as a JPEG file. Just for fun, let's save it to the desktop and call it just this gibberish. I don't care. That's pretty neat. And Studio 2000, I suppose, is the same thing, which actually runs in a window. And I see we already have some sample photos. And we can open multiple photos and edit them at once. So we can add random text onto it if we wanted to. So we can turn the blur or put the darkness all the way at 100. That's pretty neat. That tool is. My DVD. No, don't register. So here, this is where you can create DVD discs. And now what? Sonic Allegro, what is this? I'm guessing this looks like a... Oh, this is a DVD menu template. So here you can create DVD menus for specific things. That's neat. I did use a DVD creator program on my old system, and I created menus of similar nature. Here's all the internet stuff. Quicken Financial Center. Super Duper Music Looper Express. And then it just opens up Music Match as well, which is HP branded. I like that. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and start it every time the system boots, although I don't really care. That's really what Music Match can do. Similar to Windows Media Player now. So what's this? It looks like this might be some sort of like GarageBand kind of thing. So what do we do here? Oh, we draw? This is like the simplest version of GarageBand I've ever seen. We can just make the wackiest song ever. Okay. And we can also add samples from keyboards to anything else, and it looks like this is all we get, because we can't add anything extra because this is only a demo version of the tool, so you're only limited to what we have here. So then if you want to add any more, then you'd have to go and buy the full version. Okay, I'm not going to mess around with this any further. That's pretty cool. Almost like I guess that was the GarageBand before there was GarageBand. And what do we have here? All the startup tasks, Sonic Foundry, that's the same one we were just at. What's this Studio 7? Graphics card, this is Pinnacle Studio. No, don't register. Launch, I'll figure it out myself. And this is a movie editor, I can tell. So I suppose this is a more advanced version of Movie Maker. And I see this day at the zoo is a sample. So we can just put things in here. And we have transitions. So we can just have it go all over the place. And we can just select a specific place on the timeline. And watch the transition interact. I'm not sure what zoo this footage was recorded at, but from what this looks like, it looks like it's coming out of Disney's California Adventure or something like that. I don't know, but that's pretty neat. And then we have Acrobat 5, eMusic, which launches a web page, which does not work, Encarta Online Deluxe, which, as expected, is online. We also have Life Clips, HP Learning Adventure, unable to find program, contact customer support. Life Clips taped to DVD, and we get a 404 error. Market Browser. Now I think this is where we get the financial stuff. You must enter a valid email address. Why does HP not provide this? So interesting. And then Move Your Stuff. Smartclone.com, which doesn't work anymore. Then I think that's it. Money 2002.
Introducing Microsoft Money 2002, and Windows Update.
The automatic update is a Windows feature that enables you to automatically download and install software updates over the internet. These updates include the latest critical software revisions.
The Money Setup Assistant makes it easy to get started by helping you
create your money file step by step.
Just answer a few questions about your financial priorities, as well as your accounts, bills, and payments. Versions of various Windows components.
Once your file is set up, the Money homepage becomes the center for all your financial activities.
The required bandwidth is available.
And get updates on your cash. The Money makes it easy to customize your homepage to display the information you want to see most often. And manage your day-to-day finances. The account is a convenient place to automatic updates and deposits to notify you before downloading and notify you again when downloads are ready. If you prefer manual updating, you can also use this dialog automatic updates.
The Windows Update website is an online extension of Windows that helps you manually identify and select updates for your computer's operating system.
Money makes it easy to keep up with your finances, even when you're away from home. Synchronize your money file with NSN Money on the web, and you can access your secure money data anytime, anywhere, from work, from a hotel, or even on your pocket PC.
Some updates might require that you restart your computer. If you want to save your work, close updating program before installing any updates.
Automatic updates and other Windows updates make it easy to fix known problems. Part of your financial picture, Money provides tax tools that help you find deductions, estimate your taxes, and calculate your withholding.
You can simplify tax preparation
Many Windows-based programs are
exporting
designed
your
to share
information
common
from Money
files.
directly
This
to your
helps
tax
computers
software.
with limited resources run multiple
Microsoft Money
programs.
helps you look beyond
Today's
today
powerful
and
computers
consider
no
your
longer need
long-term
to share
financial
files to
goals.
run a
How are
variety
your
of programs.
investments
As a result, modern Windows-based programs are increasingly self-contained.
You can always keep your investments up to date with current prices from the web.
debt?
However,
Use the debt reduction planner.
problem
Create a flexible budget you can live with by using the budget planner.
Quit worrying about
For
college
this
expenses.
reason, Windows XP includes technology that enables programs that work with Microsoft Windows 95, Windows
Money
98,
makes it easy to
Windows
monitor your
NT,
progress
and
by
Windows
generating
2000
monthly
to continue
reports,
to work with
providing
Windows
a
XP.
recap of your financial
Windows
activity and
XP
status.
isolates programs that are designed to share resources,
including
which
category
should
spending,
enable them to install and without input from users.
much more.
Get up-to-the-minute financial and investing information with NSN Money on the web.
compatibility
Investment
mode.
strategies,
To do
mortgage
this,
rates,
you
and
right-click the program
Microsoft Money will help you
and
gain
click
valuable
Properties on
insight
the
into your
shortcut
accounts,
menu.
bills,
On the
taxes, and
Compatibility tab,
investments.
you would
With
select the Run
Microsoft
This
Money, you are on the road to
That's enough. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next machine before I have too much fun with this. So, the other two came with Vista, and their restore processes both were unable to start because it gave a 0x7 something error. And of course, I don't even know what those errors are because those are errors I've never experienced when actually using HP's recovery software, if I even did. So, we're on to the HP Pavilion 452 UK, which also came with XP Home RTM or Service Pack 1. Once again, no video, animation. And there's Victor again. And yes, we hear the music. And this is a UK copy, but we're going to change everything to United States. Yep, US. And we're going to switch the time zone to US Central. Once again, this is RTM. Will it skip? And we'll skip the network. And it didn't ask for a registration card or anything. Interesting. So now it will complete the installation of software and everything else, and then we will be ready to roll with this. Unfortunately, it won't proceed with resetting the timer for XP, but that's alright. At least we can take a look at it in safe mode. We won't be able to start anything, unfortunately, but it'll work. So anyway, I don't see too many icons on the desktop, although it would be jam-packed. So all this is the same as how it was when we looked at it on the other one just a moment ago. So there's the interactive training, no special games. There's all the HP stuff, HP Center, the record now, Intervideo Win DVD, clip gallery. It has Encarta Standard Edition, which will it work in safe mode? Ooh, will work in safe mode. However, you would need a Encarta CD in order to read the information, or you can copy it to the hard drive and then you won't have to worry about it. We have Office XP, I see. It only comes with Word though. And then we have Works, Norton 2002, and then this is Show Shifter. Television capabilities have been disabled. Yeah, go ahead and turn that off because we're in safe mode. So, the television functions. So what's this about? I suppose this is where you go to play videos, and you can even do live television on this? Wow. I guess this is a good alternative to Windows Media Center. And here you have the slumber mode. You can stand by, you can turn it off, and we can close the program and return to Windows. So yeah, this is sort of a good alternative for Windows XP Media Center Edition. Veritas Storage Guard, the Sonic My DVD, and then we have AutoRoute 2002, which will not work. Picture It, Money 2002. And what do we have? My Software Choice. What's this? And it tries to open a web page, but it won't. So, yeah, that's essentially it for this one. Now, for the last one, we're going to venture out of the digital world. So, we are on the HP Pavilion laptop with Windows 11, and this last machine actually arrived in a VirtualBox disk. I installed the latest version, VirtualBox 7, and unfortunately it looks like it does not want to start. And this was a common problem that I had when I was messing around with the Macrom Reflect and Disgenius images that I was trying to do before this episode. And here we just get a blinking cursor, and it's not going to go any further past that point, no matter how many times I try. So that is going to wrap things up for the HP mini-series. In our next episode, we're going to be taking a look at some Dell machines. Some Dells of the past. Unless if they don't work. But until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Everyone, it is nostalgia time once again, and welcome to the first of 6 parts of the Dell mini-series. First up, we have the Dell Latitude D610, which shipped with XP Professional. So as you can see, there's the genuine advantage, which warns that the product must be activated in order for it to be properly licensed. But here we really do not have much here. But we do have Dell's wireless card, all the default XP games, and all that. So let's go ahead and log off of the administrator and see if we can log into the Dell account. Looks like yes, we can. And we'll run Explorer. No, we will not restart. And let's see what's on here. Well, same as before. So it's just a standard Dell installation of this Latitude of Windows XP with nothing too exciting to see other than having all the updates. Next up is the Dell Inspiron E1405, which is one of the Media Center Edition laptops of the time. So it's already loading into Media Direct. Okay, we have a disclaimer that says that this gives access to all media files stored on computer except for licensed and private content. Could include some music or videos purchased online, but you can access them in XP. So this is just a reminder. So essentially this Media Direct thing is it's a media extension of Windows XP. So essentially you can access your music without having to go into Windows. However, there are some limitations. Licensed content you can only access from Windows XP. You can't access them here in this menu. But I saw a bar at the top while it was booting, so Control F11 restores the system. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, let's see what this Media Direct is about. So, and of course, it doesn't have anything. Has nothing to play because there's no operating system on the disk. But essentially, that's what this is. And it looks like there's actually some sample songs already. So we got some artists, some songs. But of course, I'm not going to play them all. You can, of course, watch DVDs, videos, and even view pictures. And it looks like all the sample pictures from XP carried over. Nice. Okay, so we're going to exit Media Direct, which will boot us back into Windows. However, there is no Windows partition to boot off of. So what we will do is once we see the Dell screen, we'll hit Control F11. Okay, it looks like that stopped it. Press F8 to trace. Alright, so then we run dsr fix/f. And yes. Yes. Yes to all. I think this might work. Let's try it. So let's restart. And then we'll do Control F11 again. And there we go. We got it. So here it is. This is the restore partition, which looks almost similar to XP. So this says, welcome to the Dell System Recovery Tool, and will restore your OS and software back to the way it was when you first purchased your computer. And this gives the warning that everything will be lost. If you have any data you need to back up, you need to click reboot, boot into Windows, get the data you need, and then come back to this menu. So we will restore the system, and this is the final warning, and we will click confirm. And now the restore process should begin. You can see Ghost is automating everything. So there we go. So it is now formatting the hard drive and reinstalling Windows. And I believe this will come with all of the programs and everything from the factory, so can't wait to see what this is all going to look like when it's done. So we'll give it a few minutes. So the restore process was successful, and when you turn your machine on for the first time, you're actually greeted with this end user license agreement screen, which is something that nobody even does anymore. This says, before using your computer, please read the Dell End User Software License Agreement that came with your computer. To comply the terms and conditions of this, you must consider any CD or diskette set part of Dell installed software as backup copies of it installed on your computer's hard drive. If you do not accept, please call the customer assistance telephone number listed in the system documentation. So that says to press any key to accept. And then it gives the service tag and the service code, which you can use to look up drivers and get support for your specific machine on Dell's website, which we do not need because this is a virtual machine. And you will only see that once, only on the first boot. So after that screen, it loads into Windows for the first time. And of course, the setup will go as usual. However, there will be some Dell tweaks to it. As it's booting here, my school actually uses Dell technology for their computers. And this was my school's first OS. Well, that I know of right now. But then came Windows 7 and Windows 10. And now, is it going to be Chrome OS and Windows 11? Or is it just going to be Chrome OS? Well, I don't know. Well, that is as of now, as of the time of this episode's release. We're going to see what this originally came with, and I can tell that it came with Service Pack 2 or 3, and right away the sound drivers don't work, and we didn't get any sort of animation. And it said, thank you for purchasing this computer from Dell. Oh, actually the audio does work, but it's quiet. It's quiet on my part. I had the speaker volume so low. I'll turn on the desktop audio so you can hear the whole thing. And and we don't get any music. So of course it is US. We are in the Central Time Zone. This is actually Media Center Edition 2005, so it should come with Service Pack 2. And we'll leave the computer name the same, so we'll just hit skip. And we're going to skip connectivity to the internet. No, we will not register with Microsoft. And here are some of the things that they have. You can enhance a connection with 6 months free of AOL or Earthlink. Or if you have a high-speed connection, you can get a $100 mail-in rebate for some select retailers. Offer expires 9/30/2006, September 30th, 2006. Well, the offer is long expired. But then here's all of the dial-up and broadband internet connection options. As I said, AOL, Earthlink, and there's also a 3-month trial of Net Zero on here too. If that's another option. But of course I'll be using it. And it says, thank you. And here's the custom screen that they have. Mentions about dial-up and high speed. And it says, warning, this next step will take approximately a minute, during which time the screen is blank. Do not turn off your computer during this time. So we'll click finish. And now, this is what it said. So it said, do not turn your machine off, as it will do the rest on its own. And here we are. We are at the desktop of this install at last. So let's see what we have here. We have a McAfee 90-day trial. Yeah, go ahead. We'll use this information. Not sure. Accept the end user license agreement. No, I'm not setting it up. Nope. Error loading this file. I'll just see if I can. Looks like I can't get it to close, so I'll just force it to do so. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now let's see what we have. We have a link to the owner's manual, which opens up in Adobe Reader 6, version 6. So here it is. I see Install Shields Update Manager is on here. So you can see what the computer would look like. And also options for power protection and other important things about the machine. Well, I just renewed it for the purposes of this demonstration. And here's Dell's support program. This is an automated notification system that offers you updates, upgrades, and information relevant to your computer, which is sort of what Dell is doing nowadays with their support assist thing that they have, which you can have it it'll automatically check for driver updates and other things from Dell, and then we'll tell you, hey, we have a driver for you, this is a new driver, please restart to apply it and whatnot. Yeah, sure, I guess. Anyway, we're here to see if there's any custom screensaver. And nope, it looks like Dell did not include any. However, we have a My Pictures Premium slideshow. We also have a Corel photo album slideshow, and I see what looks to be some Plus themes actually are already on here too. So I believe it comes with the Microsoft Plus package pre-installed. So here's the user guide for Windows Media Center. Educate you learning from Dell, providing online courses at affordable prices. And then this is the offer for AOL. Here's AOL 9. Please make sure that no one's using the phone right now. Goodbye. And then here's the games, music, and photos. So here's all the games and photos and other utilities. There's a 60-day trial of Coral Photo Album. There's PaintShop Pro. There's Music Match. And here's Dell's Games utility from Wildtanget. There's McAfee Personal Firewall that wants to gain access to the internet. Okay. Great news. More games and apps are available. Click update now. Is it like I care? But yeah, here's all the games we have. We got Polar, we got Golfer, we've even got Bejeweled, and then this X, I'm assuming, removes the game from the list or from the device. While clicking launch just installs it for the first time. The content you are about to enjoy requires the web driver. To proceed, click next, agree, and now it'll install the files. We have Roxo Creator, which of course burns DVDs and other things. Please answer the following. I'll just say no. And music matches, of course, what you think it is. It's a jukebox. And then what does Coral Paint Shop? Yes, I accept the terms and conditions. I'll just accept the photo album too. Just get them both done. So here's what Roxo Creator looks like. I'm guessing this is Dell's edition, so just what you think it is. You can create backups, burn disk images, and everything like that. So we can just close that out. Yeah, just granted access, I don't care. Everything wants access. So here's Coral Paint Shop. Let's launch the photo album. Of course you can look. So this is the starter edition. So it includes a free preview. Again, this is a 60-day trial. However, you can continue to use premium features. So essentially the premium features will be limited after 60 days. So we can go to the Digital Photo Lab, but really this is actually like a little bit of a tour, essentially, as to how the program is used. And of course you can look for stuff everywhere on there and whatnot. And then here is that Paint Shop Pro. Looks like Paint Shop Pro version 10. So, of course, you can get photos, you can retouch and restore, you can add effects to them. In the Photos app now on Windows 11, you can do just that. And this is Dell's game tool. So you only have 60 minutes of playtime before you are then required to activate actually, rather, I should say, buy the game. So we'll go ahead and close that manager out. And let's see what else we have while it loads. So nothing. Media Center. These are some of the application is requesting access to the internet. Of course, it's not going to sound that well. Welcome to Visual 2. I'll just go A. We played this game too much on this show, haven't we? I don't know if I like it choppy audio, but I guess it's just the way VMware is. Yeah, I'm not going to play too much of that. Sure, go ahead. And see, I only played 1 minute, so the trial period is actually in total. So, like a total, and then it'll just terminate it. Let's see, what media programs do we have? Gem Master. Of course it isn't, but of course it'll run. Yeah, grant access. No, I don't want to join. No, don't even try. And I have to say no. So there's the media playback controls. And what do we have here? Gem Master, which I'm guessing is one of the add-on games. 4 Media Center preloaded from the factory. And it seems like we're not getting anywhere here. Is requesting access. Do you want to? Yes. You must accept the terms before running the game. I guess it'll only ask for it once. The Wild Tanget. With the flying W. Gem Master Mystic. Can't really mouse or anything. I'm guessing you control that thing with the TV remote or something. But then again, I don't want to go too much into this, so. Nothing interesting there. There's AOL 9, the Broadcom driver, the Photo Center. There's the Creative Sound Blaster already installed. There's the media source, which actually is this thing up here. So the audio converter is basically where you convert audio formats. And then the media source player plays, records, organizes. And you can edit WAV files in Wave Studio, which is I guess sort of a similar version of the sound recorder. And we can play it back, which is, I guess, exactly as it is, but in the choppiest voice possible. And then these are some product settings here. Sound font, what did that say? Sound font bank manager? What's this? What is this, a piano? Can I can literally play the piano on this. Dang. Cannot find sound mixer. That's bad. Speaker settings, I don't even know if that'll open. But then we have Dell's SPCPlayer, Sign Player, SPCPlayer, and it doesn't work. Great. Alright, what else do we have? Driver reset, and here we go. Sonic SPCPlayer was just that other thing. Let's just see if either of these two opens. But then again, here's where your service tag is. So that's just some information on your service tag. And then this is some accessories. These are the games that Dell includes from the factory. I see Scrabble is also on here too. Pretty neat. And then what else have we got? We have its quick set driver, then Dell support stuff, and we can open the page at any time. And of course it's got to extract its files for the first time before even opening it. A Dell Wireless's card, XP Games, Java, McAfee, Modem Helper. What's net waiting? Is this a like telephone utility? The Print Me Internet Printing. It's got WordPerfect Office. So I'm guessing this is like a free version of Office. So I want to see what all this is. Perfect expert. Yeah, it's just going to keep nagging at me and whatnot. Clipbook. And then I see we have digital media enhancements on here too. See, we have QuickTimes Player as well. So, yes, I accept all the terms and all agreements. And Clipbook is essentially a clipboard. You can write down names, descriptions, everything like that. So, it wants you to install the driver again, even though we've already installed it. A feature-rich alternative to Microsoft Office. Configuring perfect expert projects. Let's see what else. Roxo is that same tool we had. And then the digital line detect. And then we have some of the Windows Plus packages, like its own audio converter, label maker, dancer, and party mode, which we've looked at back in the Acer mini series, so this should be familiar. And Quattro Pro is essentially like Excel. Well, that's basically what it is. And WordPerfect is essentially Microsoft Word. Thank you for using WordPerfect 2012 or version 12. And then I'm guessing then that other tool is PowerPoint. The page is not responding, and I can't really seem to move the dancer out of the way. But I will open up the properties and show you that this should be Service Pack 2, because Service Pack 3 has not been out yet around the time. Yep, Media Center Edition 2005, Service Pack 2, manufactured by Dell. And then let's see if we can play a QuickTime sample movie. So open movie in new player. Yep, let's play the sample movie. I'm not really gonna play around too much with Scrabble. Wow, the taskbar is already getting filled up quite massively here. You've chosen to end well. That's it. That's it. That's all it has to say. Okay. And considering that, I believe it also has the special sounds from Microsoft Plus. So those should already be on here as well. So we'll find it in Sounds and Audio Devices. It'll take us to Sound Schemes anyway, because it'll pull up that same menu. Here's the Scrabble. Let's try and play the sample movie again. This time see if we can see it. Yeah, that's all it's going to let us see. My gosh. Well, we got a little more of it in. So, no, it doesn't look like it comes with any of the other sounds. So, it doesn't come with the plus sounds. These are the default ones. So, nothing too exciting there. So, yeah, this is essentially that same Scrabble game we took a look at earlier on. Alright, let's see if I can... Alright, we're done with this machine. Let's move on to the next one now. See how many more times we can play the sample and loop it. Just before it gets shut down. Well, that was fun. Let's see how much fun the next one is. So, we are trying the Inspiron 1505 next, and right now it's not looking fun at all. Because when I booted up the first time after attaching the VHD file that I have, after trying another copy of it initially, well, after restoring the ghost, so I had a ghost file of this machine, and after restoring it, it said that there were bad sectors, and it didn't even give me the option to repair. It didn't even repair at all, because it said fatal error on disk, cannot perform action on that DSR fix disk. So I had the VHD lying around, so I decided to just go and throw that in there, and we got further, mostly, only to come to an error that said that a critical boot file for Windows was missing or corrupted. So what I'm doing is I am loading up a retail installation disk of Windows XP, the Home Edition that is, and I'm going to see if it'll give me the option to repair the installation. Set up XP now. To repair, press R. So, the recovery console. Alright, let's see. How do we use this here? Attach, check disk copy. Alright, let's do fix boot. Yes, write a new boot sector. Okay, and then fix MBR. Are you sure? Yes, I want to write a new master boot record. And then, does this have a BCD? Okay, it doesn't. It said that a specific boot file was missing. So, fix boot, fix MBR. Okay, so I don't think writing a master boot record, I think, will work. Volume appears to be in good condition and was not checked. Okay. Alright. I don't think fixing the boot record's going to do anything, but let's find out. So what it did was it replaced the Dell boot record with the standard one from Windows. So that's what happened. So it just wrote over the Dell boot record. So that's why we're just seeing NTLDRs missing instead of Dell. But looking at the archive photos, this machine is exactly the same as the other one, except it's in Russian. So we're not missing out on too much. So next up is the Dell Dimension E521. And just like the 1405, we have the same screens as before. And that's the service tag for it, except instead of the laptop example, it is being shown in the desktop form. So here's the same out-of-box experience from before, except now it's in a much larger resolution. but of course everything is correct. Central Time Zone does Eastern by default. This is the home edition of XP. So this will either be Service Pack 3 or 2. It is most likely going to be Service Pack 2 because by the time 2009 came around, everybody was using Vista, or preloading Vista, or in the very early stages of preloading Windows 7 on their machines. I was about to put the wrong name in there. Now, instead of showing the internet thing, we just see the warning below the configured for internet access thing. Now it'll do some final steps, and then we will be ready to roll. Alright, the activation timer ran out, so we're in safe mode here, but really everything is just about the same as we saw in the other one. Just the usual things, except we have the interactive training for XP Home, which we've already seen on our last mini-series we did, the HP, so that should be nothing different. As most of this looks about as similar to the other Dell machine that we just looked at, except there's Google Desktop, McAfee, comes with Office 2003. I'm assuming it's a trial. It's got Works as well. We know what those are. Coral Snapfire is on here. We can't look at that, sadly. We have the Real Player, the Roxo DVD Creator, Adobe Reader 7, plus Photo Story 2, the Modem Diagnostic, and the Yahoo Music Jukebox. And that's really all there is to see on this machine. Comes with Service Pack 2 of XP Home. Nothing special, no plus packs, no nothing. So that's that. Next one. So here it is, the Dell Inspiron 2200. This is the next one. We didn't even have to go through the end user license screen upon first boot, like with those other two, including the Dimension, which we just looked at. Well, only for a brief time, that is. And this will also come with XP Home Service Pack 2. Judging by there is no addition label on the boot screen. Right away, there it is, the same resolution as we just had. Same as before. Purchasing from Dell. That is how everything should appear. As I just said, this is Home Service Pack 2. Sure, go ahead and do automatic updates. No to the computer name. We're not putting my network at risk. No, we are not registering with anything. And we have the high-speed dial-up connection. And we are entitled to 6 months of America Online or Earthlink with no fees. So, same as before. As we saw with that Inspiron, who will use this machine. And as you can see, we have the new AOL icon. And this is the icon that's supposed to be on the desktop for offers. And there's the 6 months of Earthlink included, other than 3 months like with that other one. So now, one more reboot, and then we'll be at the desktop. The administrator is a cow. Interesting. But pretty much what this is, it's the same as we saw before. There's 3 months of NetZero, 6 months of Earthlink, AOL. There's the high-speed internet icon, which opens up an HTML document. Talking about the kinds of internet connectivity options. There's the owner's manual, and what's Simple Start Edition? This is for QuickBooks. And let's see what else we got. Typical XP accessories. There's the interactive training once again. America Online 9, Dell support, accessories with the code, quick-set driver, support tool, wireless card, XP games, network adapters, Java Start, McAfee, Encarta Encyclopedia Standard Edition. quarterly pop-up for everything else that they've got. The new Encarta is now in stores. So you can view parts of the world. We'll have to use the arrows to navigate around the globe. And we can... And then we have some definitions, but we would need a disk in order to copy them over. And then you can access Encarta from the search bar. There's Office Tools, there's the Picture It. But yeah, sure, that's really what that is. And then there's Works, the Modem Helper, Net Waiting, Print Me, QuickBooks, then QuickTime, the Real Player Sonic, the startup stuff, and that's really it. And that next one is the Dell XPS 15Z. We are finally moving away from the XP era of Dells in this set. So now the final two are based on Windows 7. Or as I should say, they came preloaded with Windows 7. Because by the time 7 came out, XP's latest service pack was Service Pack 3. And that was the only service pack that was still receiving updates by the time mainstream support ended in 2009 or 10, somewhere around there, where it then got additional updates until its end of support in 2014. And it doesn't work. Error code, all this stuff. So the final machine of this set is the Dell Inspiron N5110, which came preloaded with Windows 7. Yep, as you can tell both by that screen and the boot logo. Well, then we saw for a split second. I should really say a split second, but we saw it for a second or two. And now we got the Vista boot animation. Because by this time, everybody stopped preloading XP on their computers, with the only exception being for some of those smaller netbooks that can't even run the basic editions of Vista. But then there are manufacturers that were going more premium and preloading Windows 7 on their machines. And of course, this is in Russian, so I should know how this works. Here's the factory image, and yes, let's proceed. Okay, the restore was successful, and now we're booting into Windows 7 for the first time. Well, let's see if it'll actually boot all the way. So we see starting Windows in Russian, of course, because it's a Russian copy of Windows 7. And there it is. Setup is preparing your computer for first use. It will check the system performance. So here it is. This is in Russian, but I can change it to English later on if I so choose. This is in the Russian keyboard layout, but I'll switch it to English US. 5110, I'll name it. I'm not going to do a password. This is Home Premium Service Pack 1. And we'll just keep everything as it is. We'll just tell it that this is a home network. So let's see what this copy of 7 Home Premium has to offer. Essentially, with the whole restore process wise, it's literally the same thing as the Dell Vostro, except the only difference is that this is the Home Premium Edition and this copy of Windows is Russian. Okay, we have a couple of messages here. One is Dell's support thing, and the other is a hardware message saying that you need to restart, but we will not do that. And basically these are the license terms and agreements from Dell on hardware support and software stuff. Now on the software side, as I've mentioned, I've been able to turn a Portuguese copy of Windows 7 back in the HP Mini series to English. Now, let's see if we can do it, and I can show you how it was done on this Russian copy. But first, let's look at all of the software that comes preloaded. So we don't see anything on the desktop, but this is the page I was going to open up. This is Dell's Getting Started Guide, which has Sync Up, which makes it easy to access music, photos, videos, and documents from all your devices in any place that has a web browser. And let's see what this is. This is a control center. What is this doing? This is Sync Up, and this is about pretty much all it does. And then it has McAfee Security Center. And of course, Dell Data Safe Local Backup is Dell's Restore utility. And then these are just some final things to note about product support from Dell. And there are some gadgets you could put on the desktop from them, but they're not really anything too special because these are the exact same gadgets that are bundled by default in Windows 7. And then there's Windows Easy Transfer, where you can transfer your data from your old computer. And then there's Dell's Support Center, which of course you can get hardware and software support from Dell. So let's close the control center here. And let's see what Live Central is. I'm guessing this is a photo gallery. So you can post to YouTube on this thing and some other social media platforms. And this says this version of Dell Support Center is not compatible, or did it say failed to identify license or something? And this says you do not have the correct graphics driver installed. And that's what the sync up thing is. This is Nero's update tool that they have. Let me close it so we can look at all the other programs. We also have Adobe Reader 10. We have Office 2010, which again is a trial. Stage Remote, I think that was what that program was. Let's see, it says accept. And Stage Remote, and that you prefer settings. So I'm guessing this is, we'll find out what this is. I can tell this is a photo gallery, because then we have some pictures provided by this program, and then we have the photos that usually come by default in Windows 7. So essentially it acts like a secondary file explorer, but really it isn't. So here I'll try and close all this crap so we can keep looking. We have Zinio Reader 4, and I see we have Live Essentials bundled here as well. So there's Windows Live Messenger and all that stuff. And then we have Dell's utilities, the Sync Up, the Dell Stage, and you can also get weather conditions as well, all in one place. This is about, air. What does that say? Desktop weather gadget has stopped working. Well, that can't be good. Let's see, accept. The stage remote is like, what do you want to transfer or something? And then there's Dell's Webcam Central, Intel stuff, McAfee, Silverlight, Nero 10, NVIDIA's 3D Vision, Roxio Creator Starter. There's the rest of Windows Live's Essentials. Then we got Windows 7's default stuff, games, accessories, and everything like that. And now if we go to Properties, this is Home Premium Service Pack 1. So that's really everything that comes bundled with this. Now let's see if we can make it all easier to read. So let's try and see if we can change the language. So we go to the home page and we go to date and language. It says Finland. So I think they put the most likely countries up at the top. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to change it to Australia because all I care is I want it English. And then this is where we change it to USA. Scroll it up and we'll see more languages. Let's see, we have a Spanish USA. I think they put the most likely languages up at the top. English United States. And this is what it's going to show. And we'll hit apply. And now we have the time and date in US. Now, this is where we change the system locale. I see it's already detected English US, so we'll make that the language. And can we delete this keyboard? Up on the list, apply. And I'll see, we'll delete Russian and hit OK. So there we go. We now have the English US keyboard layout. Now we just need to change the system locale then to English United States. Probably just need to keep scrolling up. Chinese, I'm guessing this is Spanish USA. English USA. Yep. English. We'll click OK. And now it reads that the system language has been changed. We now need to restart. So it mostly worked. But as you can see, now all error messages display in English. So most of it worked. However, other elements did not. Because you can see the rest of the system is still in Russian. So we've only got one of the error messages to correctly display in English. So that means we'll need to head back and we're going to change the system locale. Because that's what got the thing to work. You can see the home network thing coming up. And this, I think, changes the locale. So, welcome screen. So, the welcome screen and boot screen both still display in English. Let's see what these checkboxes do. Apply to welcome screen and user accounts. Okay. The welcome screen remains in Russian. Let's head back to the settings and try to see if we can further convert it to English. So that's Windows Live. So this says delete all change parameters. No. This one is the same thing. Same thing here. Same thing here. Alright. Where do I remember going to change the system locale? Well, yeah, this is the best I can do, because now I can't even remember how I did it. Managed to do it on that Portuguese copy of Windows 7. But hey, at least it was worth the shot, though. So that's going to do it for part 1 of the Dell mini-series, the first of 6 parts. We've got a whole bunch of Dells to go, and we'll see you next time when we do the next set. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again. This is part 2 of the Dell mini-series. So, we have 9 more Dell machines to take a look at. The first of which being the Dell Dimension 4500. So, as you can see, there's no special Dell branded recovery utility or anything like that. This looks to be just a standard, typical installation media for Windows XP Home Edition. So we're just gonna go ahead and skip right to the good stuff. Here's the out-of-box experience. The difference here, no animation, no music, no Dell branding. This is just standard retail stuff. No internet connectivity. There's the music. I guess the music might have been delayed, or is it just me? And we're all ready to go. So right to the desktop. And I don't think we're going to be seeing anything special there either. Yep, as I thought. Nothing else too special. So we go to all programs here. These are all the XP games. So this is just a standard, typical, clean copy of XP, except the only difference is this Dell Solution Center HTML document. where you can get help and support and online support documentation for your machine. But that's not all, because now we are going to insert the Dell Tools disk, a resource CD, which will install all of the drivers. It says the Dell resource CD is about to begin the installation routine. Once the installation completes, you can launch the resource CD by reinserting the CD-ROM. The application can also be started from the Dell Accessories group on the Start menu. So we'll click OK. So this will install the resource CD software. Welcome to the Dell Tools CD. This is not required for the initial installation. Please keep the CD in a safe place for future reference. So this is a resource for reloading certain applications in the event they are required to resolve a problem. You can also reference the CD to learn more about Dell's award-winning products and services. So this is where you go to look for drivers. So it looks like this spanned across the dimension 8200, and these are all of the applications. And this is for the dimension 4500, and I think it looks like they're all the same. Yep, they look to be all the same. Alright, so the first program it originally came with was America Online version 7. We recommend you exit other applications. Please click one of the following things below. We recommend you install AOL. This is Dell Image Expert and Dell Image Studio, powered by Shutterfly. So, and then we have the Paint Shop Pro, which is just like the other one we were just looking at. And there it is, America Online version 7. And then we have MSN Delnet, which is an internet service. No, we don't need it. So we'll just go and close it out. I'll get to the warning in just a moment. I guess it requires a company name before we proceed. Install it. Requires QuickTime 5. So it'll install the additional software as well. And this warning says you are about to install a customized version of MSN Explorer which will replace the current version. It may change your homepage and other visual content but will not affect your personal settings. I will accept. Oh, this is the customized version of MSN. You just connected to the internet. You want internet communication features like instant messaging, XP, add your .NET passport to the system. Let's click in and see what happens. Or is it just a reminder? Looks like it didn't ask for a company name. Yeah, let's try it. But yeah, this is the new Delnet MSN Explorer. This is JASIC software registration. Dell Image Expert. We hope you enjoy using your standard edition of Dell Image Expert for Windows. And it says that this contains a 60-day period of premium features, where after that you will then have to purchase a license. by visiting their upgrade page. And you can find more about the Dell service at dell.shutterfly.com, which doesn't even work anymore. And it also runs on Millennium Edition 2000, and just a bit of some basics of the tool and what it does. There's two more programs. The Dell Music Match Jukebox. It's coming up as Media Player 7.1. And lastly, Norton 2002. So this is to reinstall all the programs that originally came with the system. But I don't expect any Dell branding in my system properties. Yep. Just a standard copy, now getting some Dell branding put onto it. Except there's no Dell background. So, welcome to the setup for Music Match Jukebox. Yes, proceed with installation. Please complete the registration. Yeah, I guess you have to go through the registration card in order to finish the setup. So, but that's right. You've all seen you've seen Music Match Jukebox too many times, so it shouldn't really be anything too special. And that's really all of the applications that it came with. Norton antivirus was successfully installed. So that was a software disk. There's one more CD. This is another version of Dell Resource CD. The previous version can be uninstalled. Would you like to run? Well, that version of Resource CD was for the software. So let's go ahead and remove this old version. Yes to all files. Okay. And now we go back to my computer. This one should display drivers. So let's see what happens here. Wait a minute. What did the error read? The Resource CD provides backup drivers and user guides for Dell computer systems and is only intended to run on Dell machines. Yeah, so it knows really well that this is a virtual machine, so we can't really install the drivers, but pretty much all the software on that's going to be exactly the same. So next up is the Dell Dimension 2300. Now, it doesn't really come with any sort of Windows install CD or anything like that, but it's pretty much exactly identical to this one. So we're just going to go ahead and add the programs from this CD on top of what we already have. Oh, this is a driver disk. This is reinstall software. Yeah, these disks don't work. And I know for sure that driver disk won't work either. The Roxo Easy CD Creator 5 CD has been detected. Yes, let's install it. This is really the only program we can get installed on top of what we have. So this is one of the many programs, which I think that was about the same as this one here, so I don't think we're really missing out on too much. So let's go ahead and get this installed. And done. You must restart your system and log in as the administrator for the configuration changes to take effect. Well, we're not going to do just that. What we are going to do right now is look at Dell Image Expert Standard. So this is their custom branded software. And that's the, notice that this is a 60-day trial. So let's see here. We have a few sample pictures. That's Big Sur, California. I don't know where this is taken out of. Capitola. I'm not sure where this is. This definitely is in California. I know that for sure. But I can tell by the scenery it looks like it, but it really isn't. I'm guessing that's Italy or something. And then Central Coast, probably about the same. And I don't know what that red eyes is there for, but here we can assign keywords to specific files. We can search for images, and we can even upload them to the internet. We can make a new album out of all of this. And we can even flip pictures around. This operation cannot be undone. Do you want to proceed? So, and of course, it'll turn the picture around. It'll rotate it. It'll rotate it by 30 degrees. And then if we can rotate it to the left, and now we get it upside down. And we can even record audio. However, this is a premium feature, but it's pretty much exactly the same. So that's what that is. And let's see what Paint Shop Pro is. And what's that Dell Picture Studio Home? It's the home page of all this stuff, which explains what you can do with it and some special offers. And where do we start? Select files that will be associated with this program. Tip of the day, just like in Windows 95. And essentially this is a painting program. Although we have an overview window and tool options. And click new image, and there we go. Now we have a workspace, and we can take this pen and we can draw. Yeah, there we go. Now we can draw with this pen. So this is essentially like an enhanced version of Microsoft Paint that usually comes preloaded with XP. All copies of XP by default out of the box. So I can just fill the whole thing black. Essentially, CD Creator is the same thing as the other one, where you just create CDs. Cannot create creator, returned error. But yeah, that's essentially what that is. So it'll just close the individual image, and I think we can do multiple images. Yeah, so it looks like we can start multiple images at once. So this is definitely something that you can't do in Paint, in the MS Paint by default. Except I believe you can run multiple instances at once. You can run Paint. So there's one instance. And there we go. We now have two instances of Paint running, each essentially performing their same action here. It's going to be a little crazy, but I'll just try and do a really crappy drawing of the Wi-Fi symbol, because I believe XP was the first OS to introduce wireless network support. You know, people back in the day could still use dial-up internet, but many would opt into high speed like we have now. So yeah, that's really the story of both the Dell Dimension 4500 and the 2300. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, next up on the list is a Dell model, which now I don't even remember which one it was, because when I was getting the CDs, I apparently forgot to determine which one this is. But I'm sure we will find out what model it is when the setup is complete. So, we are loading into the first of the two recovery disks. The overall process should be the same. Alright, so here it is, same as before. Here's the factory image. And this is a larger hard drive, so yes, let's proceed. Here it is. This is another one of those Windows 7 Russian copies. Well, let's see if I can change it to United States. Right here on the screen. Let's see if we can do that. This is United States. Well, we could change it to United States, but we can't really proceed. We can't really proceed from there. So it's locked into the Russian copy, so we can't proceed in English. We can change the language later, however... Ooh, let's see it recover from this. I'm just going to use the name of the last model. Just like before, this is Service Pack 1 of Windows 7. And I'm just going to tell it a random network. And now to the desktop. So there's the hardware message again. And once again, check the boxes for Dell's support. And here's the desktop. Pretty much this looks exactly the same as we had it before. Well, on the other one, that is. The desktop gadget stopped working. There's McAfee installed. The data safe backup, of course, is what helps you restore the system. You can back up your files onto Dell Data Safe Online. And then there's the same things as before. Same Live Central webcam program from the other one. Now we're back to the graphics message in Russian. I'm not even going to try messing around with putting it in English again. I think this is that same model we were looking at, because everything looks pretty familiar to me. Well, let's find out when we go into Properties. This is the Inspiron N5050. That's the model that these discs are for. There's my 1 gig of RAM. I labeled it 5110 because that's the previous model. And so there's the information there. I'm not going to try messing around with putting it into English again because, well, we still have a bunch of other computers to take a look at. So let's go and turn this one off and go to the next one. Okay, next up is the Dell Inspiron 1300. I have actually already went through the installation, which again, this is just the standard stuff, the retail copy. So here's the resource CD message. So we'll go ahead and we'll put next. Well, we can't really do the drivers because it doesn't know this is a Dell machine, but I'm guessing all those other programs that we were able to get running on that other copy are going to be basically the same, so nothing to report here. In fact, if the 1440 is also going to come with XP, looks like no, it's going to be its own restore set. What other resource CDs do we have? Okay, so let's look at the resource CD then for the Inspiron 3700. So as you can see, we have some folders that represent different countries. I'm guessing these are for specific regions. You need to tell Windows what modem you have before you can connect. So this Delnet is supposed to be that replacement to MSN, just like before, and of course it'll display in each respective language. It looks like the Switzerland copy works. So we can go ahead and hit configure, but it'll ask for all this stuff. That's essentially dial-up. And in here we have Nav9X. So what's this? That's for Windows 98. And what's this one? This is for the NT. The system does not need this update. Setup. Unable to process the signup file. And the setup is up. Norton Antivirus 2001 with a compatibility warning. The simvent.sys driver installed by this program is incompatible with this version of Windows. Well, let's proceed. It says 2001, but installs Norton 2000. So we'll just go ahead and we'll just hit next, next, and next. And it looks like it is done. I believe we can access other things too while we're at it. Unable to start SimEvent. Symantec utility driver will cause Windows to become unstable and has prevented the drivers from loading. Interesting, I've never seen that message before in XP. And Symantec has been updated successfully. And what else do we have? Able to locate component. Q console failed to create empty documents. It's Norton's quarantine. No DLL name specified. What each of these do? This is a Netscape plugin. Unable to initialize program. That's the update module for Symantec. This will install the latest version of Live Update. Do you want to proceed? Well, that's what that's supposed to do. And this is the kind of familiar message you get on Windows 98. Your virus protection is 9,000 days old. So it looks like this is more designed for Windows 98. And essentially everything else here is just going to be the same. So that's the 3700 disk. And here's another resource CD I want to take a look at. But anyway, here's the REBI file for Norton Antivirus 2000. The installation was successful. And it just scans the disk. And I do not think this is going to work. Checking OS version. Welcome, next, and it'll work. Okay, this one will work. And it is done. And it reads, selected calling sequence not supported by the operating system. And it just crashes. But here we just get a standard retail copy of XP, no Dell modifications, nothing. There's no Dell thing, and of course no Dell branding. But this is XP Home Service Pack 2. And I do not think that resource CD will be able to run. Let's reinsert the CD and see if it executes again. Yeah, so inserting it executes it automatically. which does not work. And then I want to see what this media direct is, because it looks like this is for some other machine. This says installation notice. This install will take several minutes. Press enter to start. So what this basically is yeah, it installs that media direct tool that we took a look at in the last episode. So we're not missing anything, and it can only be used on Dell machines. So that's good to know there. So that's really it then for these CDs. So let's go ahead and move on now to the next one. Next is the Dell Inspiron 1440. Once again, just like the 5050, the N5050, this came with Windows 7 pre-installed. But we're going to see if this will be either the release to manufacturing build or Service Pack 1. Most likely this is going to be the only Service Pack that Windows 7 got. But we're going to find out here in just a bit. And considering there wasn't an N label, I believe that this entire machine will be in English. So we are about to find out if that is the case. And whatever the case may be, it looks like this whole procedure will be very similar, except this layout looks much different than what we saw. So restore your computer, factory image, and do I need to extend the hard drive? Yes, I do. Alright, yep, let's proceed with the restore, and off we go. As expected, the restore process was very similar, except now we have the Home Premium Edition of Windows 7 in English. That N5050 machine we looked at earlier, that one was on 7 Home Basic. So now, of course, we go through the usual procedure. We'll name this one 1440, although it cannot contain just numbers. 1440 HP, meaning this is Home Premium. Soon you should let us set a password. And the look of the Dell logo is much different, and especially the background too. It's because this is actually the release to manufacturing build of 7 Home Premium with absolutely no service packs. Oh, look at that, it got the time zone correct. Right out of the box. I like that. So, let's let it finalize, and we will be at the desktop. And we can see the activation timer already ran out, but we can just click Ask Me Later, and it'll still let us log into Windows and prepare a desktop and whatnot, but and here's the desktop. So you can see we have this nice background of boom boxes. I'm guessing Dell was kind of catchy at the time. We have a 60-day trial of what looks to be Office 2007. And of course it's going to be 2007 because this is the release to manufacturing build. You can see our profile, or user picture I should say, is the Dell logo. I see we have McAfee installed. And it's going kind of slow for some reason, even though it's running on the root of the drive. I'm guessing it's because of all the drivers and such. Or maybe potentially all the stuff opening up. Like the Getting Started guide, which is essentially the same thing as we have seen previously. However, it actually tells us about McAfee Security Center that a trial version has been installed, and that then next you should create recovery disks for the machine in the event that something goes wrong. See, it is loading the system properties menu that I requested. Let's try and get over this pretty slow system. See, we have Adobe Reader 9, we have Power DVD DX. And then there's DataSafe Online. And then this is where you go to learn more about Dell support and everything else like that. So then to System and Security, this is the Inspiron 1440, the release to manufacturing build. And there you go, it says you must activate today because the timer ran out. And finally it plays the logon sound. Now it finds the network. So let's see what other desktop background options we have. So you can see we have a Dell folder which contains all of these backgrounds, which are essentially the colors, and then one of them is the boombox picture that we have now, and there's actually a second one right here, and it'll change it right away. So you must be on a Dell computer to use the Dell dock. So I'm guessing Dell dock, I believe, is essentially the answer to, let's see, HP Assistant or HP Organize, whatever. It's sort of their version of that, which essentially really is like quick access to internet options and everything of that nature. And here's Cyberlink's PowerDVD, which I'm sure is a alternative to Windows Media Player's DVD functionality because it really can't play protected media. And here's another nice funky background. And if we want to, we can even set it to the blue like we see on the later Dells. We'll just hit cancel to discard the changes and set it back. Once it lets us open up the start menu, we can see what else we've got. I see we have Works on here too, the free alternative to the Office 2007 trial. Windows Live Essentials is also installed, I can tell. Except they've actually bundled them all in this one folder. We also have Roxio Burn, which is a media burn tool. We've seen how Microsoft Works works, so we don't need to worry about that. And then Office, this is the 60-day trial of Office 2007. And Java wants to run its update thing. And then we have the usual Windows 7 maintenance things. Dell did not provide any special games like other manufacturers do, so we just have the default ones out of the box in Windows 7. And then we have Dell's Support Center. Click here to see how to use it. Sure. And then we have Dell's Support Center, and then here's DataSafe, which contains all the stuff for the recovery partition on the hard drive and everything like that. And then, of course, there's Dell Dock, and nothing different about the accessories in Windows 7. But then of course data safe local backup is where you restore your partitions for recovery. And then the support center, that's where you go to, get driver updates, technical support, and everything else like that from Dell. And then of course you've of course seen that local backup thing earlier in the series when we were doing the Dell Vostro that I still have in my room to this day. Well, as of the time of recording, that is, but that might differ by the time this episode is released. Just let the sports center set up. And that thing right there, that's the local backup thing starting up. Except what we have here is a bit of an older version. So you go to the restore thing, and here's all the advanced features, and then this, you can restore the entire system to a previous state or the factory. And then of course this is where you go to create backups of stuff. You can see this is the date of when the recovery video was last made. So that must have been when the thing was put up onto the Internet Archive. So really that's what that is, and essentially the support center is nothing too different either. So it's just support for drivers and everything like that, so there's nothing we need to see there. So that takes care of the 1440, so let's move on now to the next one. Okay, we're moving on now to the Dell Inspiron N4010. Now, while the restore was mostly successful, it got stuck at like 25% during the formatting stage when the hard drive was set up. I put in SCSI, it went through all the way, and then the hard drive controller didn't work. Tried putting in Falcon 4, which I know obviously will not work with Vista. I think it mainly is incompatibility or sorts. So, we're going to move on now, and the only difference here is we get the my language is English, and you can tell it's a Dell OEM. You can see by the Dell factory backgrounds, but otherwise everything else about this should be very identical to, a standard retail copy of Windows 7. You accept the license agreement for Home Premium, you do custom, and select your partition, and then you let it do the rest. Pretty much it's the same as the retail disk. So you set your password, use recommended settings. It didn't ask for language. No special offers from Dell, and we're not going to get any sort of Dell support things, so we're just going to go straight to the desktop and just the bare minimum of Windows 7, except the only difference is we get a Dell user profile picture which is in a very different style, the new style for this time period. And again, nothing special, just the bare minimum. Here's Windows 7 Home Premium, Service Pack 1 of course. Now let's look at the resource disk, and this is what it contains. So we'll run auto RCD, and it executes a setup file, and it'll let us proceed. Nice. So it should also come with all of the backgrounds from the factory. So I see we have a Dell theme already. Yep, and these are all of the wallpapers that it comes with. Nothing else too special. But then we have the usual Windows 7 stuff. The main theme, the architecture theme, character theme, all the basic themes in Windows 7. So we'll go ahead and open up the resource disk, and let's see what originally came shipped with this. And here's that same Dell system owner message. So you can see we can choose between 7 and Vista, because it looks like this system also had backwards compatibility for Vista. And here is for this specific model. Now we can see everything that originally came with it. So these are all of the drivers. There are digital TV receivers, so that means that there was a digital TV tuner in the system. So we have a JRE6, which is for Dell OS tools, it looks like. And we have Welcome to Java. So this is a Java installer. Now you have a full-featured Office suite that's compatible with Microsoft Office for free. It's OpenOffice, which I don't even know if that even exists anymore. And this here is, of course, Dell Tools. This is the Dell Quick Set application. And it says this is not a supported system, and it won't go. Then we have the Dell Support Center, which we have looked at already. But essentially, again, this is where you go to search for driver updates and everything else like that. This is not a Dell system. So it says, please note that full functionality may not be available. And then we have the webcam software. So then we can go to all here, and we can separate everything by category. So we can sort it all by just applications, diagnostic utilities, drivers, and other utilities. So we can separate them all. And then we can even sort it by operating system. So these are all of them that came with the Windows Vista edition. Although we can press all, and it will show all drivers for all versions. But it's best that you do the version of Windows that you have. So this is that same Dell Support Center application that we just saw on that other Inspiron. And again, this is where you can tell it to allow updates and stuff. And then it'll finish setting up. And we don't need audio chipset. And then the Turbo Boost, well, you've all seen that. Dell 32-bit Diagnostics. And it looks like it opens it up in here. And here this gives instructions on going into the boot menu, inserting the Dell Resource CD, then selecting the CD-ROM to boot from it, and then then choose the option to run the diagnostics, and then there will be a menu to select the version of the diagnostics tool. Well, the F12 boot menu doesn't appear. Of course, the boot key will be different for each machine, and then you just complete, and you just follow the on-screen instructions. So you can see it says VMware Virtual Platform. However, everything is not available because this is not a Dell machine. So let's see what the webcam software is. I'm guessing it's that same webcam program from earlier, but we're going to find out for sure. And even though the screen's black, we can still use it. So, yep, here's the splash screens to what it's going to do. Essentially, you can do like green screens over scenery and everything like that. That's pretty unique. I mean, I've been able to do that on a different program. We can see Webcam Central. We've seen that program already, so there isn't much else to see here. So, of course, the hardware acceleration won't work because this is a VM. But of course, we can play around a good old solitaire while the driver installs. No, it will not restart. This solitaire window is huge on the screen. And we can go ahead and run the program. So here's what it actually looks like. But it says please plug in a support device, because this machine did come with a webcam. However, this is a VM, so of course it won't. So that's actually it then for this machine. So let's move on to the final one of this set. And finally, we have the Dell Vostro 270 from 2013 from the date. So this will come with Windows 7 Service Pack 1, and I believe this is one of the computers that also offered the option to upgrade and try out Windows 8. So pretty much this restore is identical to the other one. Let's go. While the restore was successful, now it looks like this system does not want to start. And the error went through so quickly, I couldn't even see what exactly was the stop code. And the error is 7B, so it is related to the hard drive controller, which I do not think that Falcon 4 is going to fix, but let's try it. And of course I did see the script start right away, so yeah, I don't think this is going to work. So that then concludes part 2 of the Dell mini-series. We got part 3 coming up next week, so we got a lot of Dells to go, still a lot to look at. So we'll see you then for part 3 of the Dell mini-series, but until then, we'll see you in the next episode. Alright, we're in the middle of the work week. Let's get rolling here and do number 7 as our platter. Hopefully it will be a lucky one today. Let's start things off with 23. Fresh garlic, 10. Fried rice, 19. Mushrooms, 21. Wing stew, and 6. The salty oysters, and 25. Ooh, the crusty apple dessert. Ooh. Okay. First offer is lasagna. Nope. I don't want it. Okay, 20. Intestines, 18. Banana surprise, 3. Tomato pizza, number 22. Roast lamb, and 15. Ooh, yikes. Was that 4 big amounts in a row gone on that round? Dang. Oh, this isn't looking pretty. Oh, creamy pasta. Oh, no, I don't want it. Okay, 11. The fish. And what's this multiplier? Not going to be anything good. Okay, 5. Red onions, 12. Daikon, and 13. The meatballs. All right, let's see what the next offer is going to be. Some caponata. No thanks to that. Okay, number 1. There's the cigars, 16. Chicken feet, and 24. The puffy fish. All right. Next offer. Semifredo. Nope. Okay, number 9. Zucchini salad, and 14. The juicy peaches. Oh boy, we still got that strawberry cake up there. Next up, Napoleon Dynamite. None of that. 8. And the vomit bun. All right. The offer is golden peaches. No. Okay, 4. There goes the cheesesteak. That cake is still up there. It's the peaches again. Let's do 17. There's that cinnamon bun. I have a good strategy going here. No on the lobster. Open up number 2, and there's that bunny cake. And considering I already know what's going to be in my platter, I'll take the enchilada, and we'll have that tonight. As I expected, there's the chicken. Yeah, I don't think the randomization of the amounts is as good as one might think, but hey, maybe the cake might end up somewhere else tomorrow like it has been in several episodes so far. Well, we'll see, but until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, we are nearly done with the work week. Let's do 26 and see if the cake ends up there. I'm curious. Alright, 15. A surprise, 13. Juicy peaches, 21. Fresh chicken, 3. Eggs and toast, 14. Fresh garlic, and 10. The salty oysters. Alright. First offer coming up, and it is some discount lasagna. And I say no to that. Alright, 6. Zucchini salad, 17. There are the cigars, number 8. Crusty dessert, 24. Red onions, and 23. The cinnamon bun. Alright, the next offer is no to the pasta. Okay, 5. Daikon, 19. Vomit bun, 12. The intestines, and number 2. The tomato pizza. Still got 3 big amounts up there. Here comes the next offer. Ooh, some caponata. And no to that. Okay, 4. Roast lamb. 25. Fish. And it's bonus time again. Ooh, that's not going to be good. 16. Chicken feet. Okay. Just throw me the smackies. No? Okay. Alright, doesn't want me to do the smackies. Alright. Okay, 11. Bunny cake and 20. There's the cheesesteak. Alright. Napoleon Dynamite? No. Okay, 9. There's the meatballs. Alright. We are doing good here. Peaches? Nope. 18. Mushrooms. Alright. Offer is the golden peaches again. When I say no. Okay, 7. Fried rice. The offer is some lobster. Nope. Just open 22. And our last offer is an enchilada. Nope, I had that yesterday. Now just give me that strawberry cake. Delicious. I'm gonna munch on this thing and we'll see you tomorrow for something more delicious. Alright, welcome to the middle of the week. So here we go. We will get started with 14. Alright, what's on the left side? Random 1. Other side is add 25%. Next, number 5. Let's see what's on the right side. And it's over. We only won $24 from this. And there's the random 2. Wow. That was a very short game. Let's go ahead and just look at the rest of the board. Where the heck was everything? Oh my gosh. Wow, that is how much game we did not get to play today. Hopefully tomorrow we can. Until then, see you next time. Alright, it's Thursday. We barely got to play at all yesterday, only through 2 picks. Hopefully today we can get further than that. Let's start things off with 17. We'll do the left side. Lose 25%, and there's $2. Okay, 8. Alright, next up, we'll do the right side. Only $25,000 otherwise. Alright, next we will do the left side. There's $1. Otherwise, $1 million. We'll do 13. We will do the right-hand side. Add 25%. Otherwise, $16. Let's do number 5. We'll do the left side. $250,000. Otherwise, $500,000. Let's do 21. Okay, left side. Add 75%, otherwise we would have doubled our money. Okay, number 9. Alright, show me the right side. Random 3, otherwise $4. Number 11. Let's do the right side. Lose 75%, otherwise $4. Ooh. Alright, 18. Let's do the left side. $1,000, otherwise $8,000. Alright, let's do number 4. Let's do the right side. It's nothing, otherwise $8. Alright, number 7. Let's do the left side. Add a 0. Otherwise $66,000. We are at $1.8 million already. And this is looking good. But we gotta be careful. Because we hit the game over card. Yeah, it's over. So that's what we won today. Much better than last time, but maybe tomorrow will be something good. I sure hope. There's the random 4, and that's the end of the game. I wonder where that add a 1 or that lose 100 was. Or even the lose half. Let's see where they all were on the board. The add 1 was on the right side, number 1. Lose everything was on the left at 14. There's the million. And there's the double. And the 10. So with that, we will be back tomorrow to try our luck again here in the tower, but until then, we will see you next time. Alright, it's the middle of the week. Here we go. We start with the 5. Let's clear the 4 and the 1 off the board. Alright, next roll. Another 5. We'll take that naturally. Next one. It's an 8. And we'll clear the 8. There that goes. Next roll. It's an 11. Do the 9 and the 2, because that's the only way it comes off the board. Or we could have done that, the 6, 3, and 2, but there's the 7. Alright. One chance and one chance only for a 9. And there's a 4. That's too bad, but we're going to try again in game number 2. Let's see if we can do it. First roll of this game, a 6. And we'll do that naturally. Okay, next roll. It's a 3. We're going to do the 2 and the 1. Next roll, an 11. We'll take off the 7 and 4. Alright, next roll. It's a 9. Okay, next roll. Another 9. Shows up right after I take it off. Well, that's such a shame when that happens, but we will be back tomorrow to try again at 10,000, and hopefully we can do it. But until then, we'll see you next time. Hey, welcome to Thursday. Here we go. First roll is a 6. We'll clear the 5 and the 1 off the board. Next roll coming up, 7. And we'll take that on its own. Next roll, an 11. And we will take off the 6 and let's do the 6, 3, 2. Okay, next roll, it's a 9. Alright, one chance to see the box scars for 10,000. There's the 8. Alright, let's see a 4. There's a 9, but we get another roll. And there's the 9 yet again. Well, let's try again. Game number 2. Alright, first roll. a 3. We'll clear the 3 by itself. All right, next roll, a 5. And we will clear the 4 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, a 7. And we'll do that on its own. Okay, next one, another 7. Do the 5 and 2. Okay, next up is a 6. All right, 8 and 9 are all that's left on their own. There's a 5. There's a 10, but we get another roll. There's a 7, which was the number we had just cleared. Yeah, I hate it when that happens, but we'll be back tomorrow to try our luck again. At 10,000, maybe we can do it, but until then, we'll see you next time. Hey there, folks. Who'd like to make you sign something? Oh well, no one's home. I guess you don't want your Kindle Fire. Back to the truck. Late notice. Yep, I've been having a little bit of fun with the board smashing videos again. All right. Well, with that said, good evening or good. Damn it! I can't even say the right words. Okay, let's do this again. Well, anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I hope your Tuesday has been well. I know my Tuesday has been well too. So, with that, we are going to get to our Roblox show in just a few moments. So yeah. So we're gonna get to our Roblox show here in just a few moments. All right. With that finished, let's get to the Wordle for today. So, for those who were with us yesterday for our weekly show, our Wednesday show. Oh boy. Oh boy, you missed out on another. You missed out on another wild severe weather event. And you missed out on another wild severe weather event in Northeast Illinois. And we covered all of it. And while that was happening, we were messing around with the PlayStation BIOS corruptions. Based, by the way, is our word today. Yeah, we were playing around with the PlayStation BIOS corruptions again. We were having lots of fun with that. And in fact, after our Roblox show during tonight's Barry Nenright Cup, yep, they moved it to Thursday because Mr. Scruggs is, that's Mr. Scruggs' day off from his whatever his job is. So yeah, that'll be tonight. We'll bring it to you in its entirety. And tonight, well, barely anything in prime time because this is Thursday night. And as I mentioned last week, this is the first day for the next 8 weeks that Roblox will be on Thursday afternoons instead of Tuesday. Because in May, that's when we're going to... So it'll be this way for a couple of months. It'll take us some time to getting used to, just like before when we had to flip Minecraft and Backyard Baseball around like very early on in like 24, I believe, last year. Yeah, it was 24. It was early 24. So we were on for an extended period of time last night, piecing the rest of last night's of the severe weather event and stuff, piecing all that together and getting that all fully finished. So now that is fully completed, that is all set, and I have actually adjusted the premiere times as well. Why is it taking a long time to load? We'll just let it keep going. We'll let it try to finish, and I'll just keep talking while it tries that. So if I go to the severe weather event, I have actually set up the final premiere times for all 5. Yes, 5 or 4. Yeah, 4. 4 of them of the 5 severe weather videos. So here is the order. Event 3 will premiere first on Friday morning, that's tomorrow morning, at 11 a.m. And I want to get as much of this in as I can before the slight risk on Sunday. So, everything, the third event, will premiere tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. And then there will be a second one later in the evening. That will be at 6:15 p.m. at 04. 05 will be the first Saturday premiere. That one will be at 11 a.m. or as we get started. And then, is this right? Yeah, it is. Then this will be at... Why does it say Sunday? Did I forget to change the day? March 22nd. Yeah, I didn't change the day. I'll fix that. But that's supposed to be Sunday. And then 7 is going to premiere on Sunday. Yeah, that one is going to premiere on Sunday. It looks like it's still trying to load, but I'll try to get it to load all the way. So yeah, that's the final schedule. Also, the county request poll should have went up. Let me go to 2025-06 and fix that time. Because this is supposed to be Saturday, not Sunday. No, I don't mean undo. Alright, let's not keep our folks waiting. Let's just go ahead and load the game. Alright, that's set to go here. Beautiful, that's all set. Alright, let's get started now. I guess it was just a menu lag, so. Yeah, we can easily bypass it there. And then, well, you know what I did while I was waiting for that to render. So, and the only Verizon clusters that tested while we were still on the air was VHO 9 and 11. So 14, 5, 14, 7, and 8 are the only two left. We must hear from them tonight. Unless they went on Tuesday. Well, this thing... No, they didn't go on Tuesday. I checked the video, so they have to go today. And yes, because when we're normally here on Tuesdays, it's half price, but because we're outside of that window this week and for the next 8 weeks, we're going to be dealing with full price on all these games. So that's something we got to keep in mind as we go here. So, what about this morning? What about today? Well, I'll go ahead and I'll just let you all enjoy the music first, and then I'll explain. Get that panel out of here. Did it too early. Shit, did it too soon. Oh well, there's your, I guess there's your daily dose of music there. On that game. And we did actually check out a new server a couple weeks ago. We'll show that server off in a bit here. Oh my god, we're already down to 85 credits. Alright, so I'll go ahead and explain what happened this morning. So, allow me to explain. So, well, first thing college-wise, I did finish most of the rest of the work that I needed to do for the week. Those being discussion questions and all that crap. And I had to do a quick HTML correction before we got started here. Hopefully I don't hear another word about college tonight, because I don't want to hear another word. Because we're supposed to be having dinner, winding down for the evening, having some fun. That's why we're here. That's why I'm here with you all. And I'm not even going to say what's going to happen if I do. If I do hear another word about college. And yes, of course, we'll play that catch-up game during, of course, everything about this show, even on a new day, it won't change. Except the only thing that will change, though, is Arcade Island will be half price, because that's what they do. They do half price promotion every Thursday, so. And I know Andrew Durnock doesn't normally play Roblox on Thursday, but I'm sure if he ends up opening the app at some point, he'll probably find me. So, that's that. And then in terms of other things, of course, as I expected, as I explained at the end last night, there were a bunch of offices who had to make up their weekly from yesterday that they did not run because of yesterday's severe weather event. So Northern Indiana was actually the only office on the Eastern Seaboard to make their test up because it sounded like Tallahassee wasn't working. I think I did hear a broadcast out of Tallahassee when I was checking, but I'm gonna check again because it seemed like I didn't hear anything.
The afternoon. He's 1 foot or less.
It seems like they don't want to run their test this week for some odd reason. All right, we'll wait for that game to finish. And every office in the Central Time Zone made their test up. Chanhassen made theirs up today too. So yeah, Chanhassen made their tests up. Topeka, the Topeka stream was offline, so I'm gonna assume they made their test up. And obviously, I couldn't tell if it was offline or not. We might just leave that game out this week. But let's see. Ooh, we have a new one. Ooh, it's called Bingo Chaos. This is a new game. Mark all the numbers that are on the balls shown on your card. You reject balls by clicking them. So this is like bingo, but sped up. And it's timed too, so. Yeah, and it's actually timed too, so. And everything from the default mode carries over. From there. It's gonna be some time before I get this. And time's up. Okay. Well, you know what? Alright. Now that we're getting the gist of this game, let's. Oh, so I guess. Oh, you get 1,000 points for each bingo you get. Let's play it again. But this is bingo sped up essentially. Well, I guess if you make a mistake, I believe you're penalized. And the bingos that end up coming up will be accounted for at the end. That's it. I guess now they finally want to make this harder to win the jackpot on, considering how that other game is quite easy to do. Yeah, it'll take us some time, and eventually we'll get the gist of the game. I'm assuming, not power. That's a new one. We'll give that a try soon. Let's play the let's play the micro square game we were gonna get to earlier. We're gonna get to it now. My goodness. Yeah, that's gonna be that's not even a bonus I can get. Anyway, let's try this new one here. Dot power. What's this about? Press the new lit light. Oh, I see. So it all flashes, and you have to press the light that comes up, the next light that lights up. Yeah, I was one off. And then of course you have to get 1200 to win the jackpot. That's kind of interesting. So, yeah, that's what that is. How much is this one? 6. Assuming those skee ball games were 2 when they're half price, the full price this time is going to be 4. So, yeah, I'm too late on that one. Oh well. Is that? Was that Givo on the back again? Yep. There it is. Once more. All right. Then I guess now it's off to Wauwatosa to wait for the Empire Builder. The Evening Builder, that is. The afternoon 6 is really late. Oh, this is 9. Yeah, this is the only one we're going to play. We spent so much credits on those new games, so we're only going to play this one, and then we're going to... And then in terms of, like, half price, they actually round... They actually round the... They round their values. They actually round their values to the nearest one. Yeah, to the nearest one, they actually round the value. So if you divide 7, it's like point. It's like 4 point something. So then they actually round that to, I believe, 4. So yeah, they actually round it to the nearest whole number. So that's how they do these. That's how they do these half price games here. That mundane around game that I don't even know how to properly play. This one's gonna eat the rest of my credits. E. That's it. E. Yeah, look at that. This dog game is still costs 1 credit. Even. Yep. This dog is still worth a credit. It's still worth a credit. Even because you can't cut 1 in half. Well, and then round it back to its because of course if you cut 1 in half, you're gonna round it back to itself. And what is this crap? Oh my! Was there even supposed to be a risk in Wakefield today? Huh. Well, that came out of nowhere. Well, that came out of nowhere. Yeah, it's only a general, but as you know, anything can happen, even in a general risk. So, yep, even in a general risk, you can expect something, at least, so. But as I said, we're going to go back on it when we're finished here, when we're all done here tonight. And the usual Tuesday schedule of Roblox, that will return again in May. That's when we will get back to the normal routine for that show. But we have to accommodate for the evening class on Tuesday nights now. 447. 74 tickets was the final score. All right. And what's this? Oh, this is that Hunt Mega Edition thing that they were promoting. Train's base plate. What's this game? Let's see what. Was this that game we visited before? I want to take a look. Let's see what we have. So I guess on this you could create your own consist. And of course, the rules of this game want to make it as want to. You don't want the consist to be too long, like good luck trying to. Good luck trying to create a 2 mile long intermodal train in this game because it's not gonna happen. So let's see what we have to explore here. Why are there no signals? Why are there no crossing signals? This is an active rail line. So yeah, I guess this is sort of like a real fan game, but you have to. But to get the most out of it, you gotta create your own consist, and they actually put some tornado sirens in this game. That's interesting. But it looks like they're just there for decoration. They're not supposed to be special or anything. And it looks like this is actually a town. There's what looks to be a sentry. Is that exactly the old sirens? It was. No, it's not. It's a different one. Now, I suppose here, I think this looks to be a refinery. Well, let's keep moving around and see what we can see. I also see there are roads here. The lights don't seem to be working. So with that being the case, I don't think you can drive any cars around this map. Yeah, I don't think you can. And I don't think you can go into any of the buildings either. I don't care for it right now, but if we choose to come back to it and I do get the hang of it, we'll figure it out. So, this game, there's some issues with it, so we probably might pass on it this week. I don't think we even did it last week either. No, not last week, but a couple weeks ago. We didn't get to it, but that's right. And as you can see, this is half price day today in Arcade Island, so normally these wheels would be all 7s, but today they're all 4s. Because as I said, every price in this game, if it's reduced to decimals, it's being rounded to the nearest whole number. As we were talking about while we were playing the skee ball game earlier. Guess your color to win. We're gonna do 350. Let's see, I got 4 rung up right now. And I'll take care of remote control when that comes when that gets uploaded, scheduled. That is. It's just because he does like I does. I schedule my uploads in advance, and then of course they'll upload automatically. Yeah, then they'll go public automatically. So All right, I think we can only bring up 2 more. Okay, somebody already took my spot. And where this would normally cost 2, it only costs 1 credit now. And this only costs 1 credit, so we can play this as many times as we want. We can play this like 200 times if we wanted to. So I could just hit these keys 200 times and just see if I get something. So we've been trying to get the bonus balls on this thing. So we've been trying to get the bonus balls to drop. But it seems like we haven't achieved that goal. Especially on our show from 2 weeks ago. So, well, the last show that we did here at home. So, yeah, it's gonna feel a little different this week because we get the Fridays because we're getting the Friday stuff tonight, and there isn't gonna be too many Verizons, and there's No Deal or No Deal Island too because that's on Tuesdays, and next week is the finale. So it's gonna feel a bit different in terms of the games that we're playing. But it'll be this way for only a few. It'll be this way for about a couple months, but it's all right. We will eventually We will eventually have our normal schedule restored when my when the spring semester is all set done. There we go. Oh, I did move these to the next week, didn't I? Because they went last night. There, all set. Okay, one more roll. Nope. Play this one now. Gotta remember where to aim. Since the last time we played this, it feels like it's been so long. And we did it. And we managed to win the bonus. One of the tornadoes in Jackson has a rating of EF4. Prior to that tornado, I saw a short post from Storm Tracker on. Greenwood was EF2, Gore Springs was EF2, Grace was EF2, Society Hill, Darwin, Kentwood, Carson, that one was EF4. I hear that the Arkansas tornado could become the most modern EF5, the first EF5 in over a decade. Hearing about that becoming a possibility. I see everybody else is catching up too, including
home internet. At 9:05 a.m. We're done.
What about these?
Oops.
Bird versus duck. BNSF training, Princeton, Illinois. Yeah, that's what he showed me this morning. The official update on the bridge collapse from last year. And there's today's remote control episode. Did I just win? I just won the mega bonus. Wow. It all counting up. How about that? Alright, well, how about that to end Arcade Island here. Now here's the Sensory World game we introduced last month. This is actually kind of fun. Hey, wait a second. This is the exact music from that DFA demo years ago. Okay, I heard it for a split second and then it went, and then it changed. I heard it for a split second and then it changed. All right, took care of that. Let's go to the suspension bridge destruction. Different music, please. It just keeps on regenerating the bridge. Oh my gosh. Here's another favorite we went to on last week's show. All right. Let's go to this map. We haven't been here yet, so why don't we visit there now? Here's the tsunami warning from the Caribbean wave exercise today. I wasn't expecting it. Oh no, here comes the music nightmare. That was really good. All right, where should we go next? Oh yeah, here's the other sensory playground that we went to. You can even set a custom name. Try the dark zone. Let's see what the dark zone has. Space rest. And here's the main area. Some rules there. What's this? Is that Frickley Ball? What's this decoration? Okay. Yeah, here's that Starcade that there was that music I liked. Go up to the main arcade now. Let me find a good spot so I can take a moment to enjoy the music. Alright, now let's really get started here. So yeah, we can ring up multiple machines at once. And there's the previous version if you want to go there, and then you can teleport to Cornerstone, the companion game. So it's the companion game to this one. We're going to continue. Can't really mute the music on the games, can I? The rewards. Yeah, here are these classics. Got 20. Now let's proceed. Now we're up to 60. Let's pick again. Let's do that top one. 20. Okay. Let's go again. Now we're up to 100. All right, let's try 10 and over now. And we get to continue. So that's one. I think we can do it here. Yep, we got 10. And this is for the jackpot. Let's go for it. We did it. Route 66 game. At least 1-6. All right, suit race. Diamond. Try to see if we can win the 10 and over again. That's it. Three. All right, one more game, then we're gonna go to that rope finning game next. All right, last level. One off. All right, that's all we're doing here. Where's that rope finning game? We'll find it eventually. Let's get the the logo destruction game. There we are. All right, time for Wheel of Fortune. All right, wheels on its first break. Windows 2002 Home. Nick Jr. on CBS and Films Incorporated. Let's plan them all at once. Vista. More companies. Children's. Tell. All it just says is Tell. T-E-L. Not T-E-L-L, just T-E-L. 1,000 logos. I just got blown off the map. All right. It's on break again. Here's what's left of the sprint thing. A&E Networks. Old Disney logos. BC. As in British Columbia. Not anymore. Old BBC One and old BBC Two. Looks like Drew's watching Wheel of Fortune too. That's what it sounds like to me. D. D. It's a D. It's the Disney D. Here's the Disney D in its new place. And Doug. There we go. Got rid of that castle. Now we gotta get rid of this HBO. There we go. And now we have a Windows 11 logo for you all to gaze at. Okay, so while we finished Wheel of Fortune, Flip Side does not come on for another half hour. Well, new episode that is. Alright, Des Moines tested this morning. Let's see if they do it this evening. If it'll load, there you go. Angry. Angry. That's all it says. Angry. D. Here's the D. Metro. It's not Metro PCS anymore. It's just now known as Metro. Met. Okay. Omega Mart. Um, Mar. Marty. Mert. Mert. Damn, these are really hard. These are really hard. A load. Angry Bird Stella. I've never heard of that. In Lazy Town. Here it goes. Televisa presents. Whatever this thing is. Ocon Studios? House Cell. Arrow. Universal. There's the other half of the globe. The movie star. M. The Target. There's part of the Target. Yep, they postponed both tests because of the because of the inclement weather yesterday. Verizon. Veriz. And there goes the little check mark. There's a little check mark that goes to it. And we can knock over all the letters. Here's discovery. Not much of a discovery anymore, is it? CVS Pharmacy. Now we just get rid of the far. And now it's just CVS. Now it's just CVS. Har. And here's Go Animate. Oh my gosh. Alright, here's one we didn't play earlier. The San Francisco Destruction. We haven't played a lot of these favorites yet, but we're going to do that now. Now that we have the opportunity. Okay. So in terms of dinner, I've already seen salad on the table, so I already went ahead and ate my share. So now we're just waiting for the main course to be prepared. It's just disintegrating the buildings from the inside. This one seems to cause more damage. Yeah, you can see all the pieces are being scattered around. But let's see what this rocket has in store. Oh, now the main course is ready. Yep. And it sure looks good tonight. Alright, let's fire some final rounds. I'm going to get to a safe distance. I can't really easily fly. Alright, let's land on Europa Buena Island and just show you the looks of San Francisco right now while I go eat dinner. All right. Great meal by my dad, as always. Let's see what Barry the Cockatoo's up to tonight. Try to get Kinder Bueno out of here. What you doing? All right. Let's get back to wrecking Frisco.
Going?
Better get away.
Still in there. What's in there? I know you like going in there and hanging out, don't you?
He does.
Don't need to tune on mattress.
That would be bad. Because according to the description of Benjamin the Cockatoo, yeah, that kind of bird can be sort of destructive. So maybe that's something maybe I should be aware of if I ever end up getting a bird as a pet. If I do end up getting one, I think a cockatiel would be the best one. Although on the plus side, cockatoos actually kind of do know some English. Sort of saying, oh no, put a hole in the mattress. Or the cover. Or blanket, whatever. What is he trying to do?
Nice comfy bed.
But I know for sure cockatoos are not like dogs. Well, I mean, sometimes dogs can be. Well, dogs are in some cases destructive. Well, depending on. I mean, I remember I saw a video of, not a video, but a picture. I think I still have it. It was of the aftermath of Charlie ripping up like a textbook or something. Let's see where it is. I think we'll find it in the oldest category. And I believe the picture will be somewhere at the top of this list. Oh, we got it from Art Van Furniture before they went out of business. Oh my god. Where is it? Where's the picture? Oh, here it is. It's right after the Elite. This one was 3:06 p.m. Yeah, this was the aftermath of the damage that was done. Just unbelievable the amount of damage that he caused. Oh, there's left, right, center, which I mean, I never knew that they played that for a longer period of time. Oh yeah, so I tried out those lights on my own rendition of Wheel of Fortune. I tried it myself with the game package from the 1980s. Yeah, it was actually the 80s edition of the 80s release of Wheel of Fortune by Pressman. I mean, I've known Pressman Games for a long time. And I think they just, and I remember recently they released a newer edition of the Wheel of Fortune board game. So better beware where I'm aiming these. Because that's like what, the third? No, that's more than the third time.
That's your default.
And there's today's Mule No Mule episode. Southern PA. What's this one?
Southwestern Will County, Windy County, Western Kankakee County, North Central Ford County, Northwestern Iroquois County until 5:30 p.m. At 4:50 p.m., severe thunderstorms.
This is the second one that I got live. And so yeah, that is like the second. That's the second warning that I got live. That we got live during yesterday's event. Was that literally? Oh my god! It was like an airstrike. I better run away. Run as fast as you can. Get away. So it seems like he didn't use my stream, my Chicago stream that I had running. In fact, I didn't even approve it to go on the website. I'm just running it off the server natively. This was the first one. I did get this one, actually. I got it live. And then Chicago came right after that. And then it was after that when the tornado warning came out when I was stopped. So I gotta be honest, Chicago made the right move to postpone the weekly. I mean, considering there wasn't anything from Milwaukee, I feel like it would have been better of them to just get the weekly in. But I mean, there was already possibly. I mean, there was already strong storms in the coverage area, so that's why they postponed. But I also personally think Indianapolis should have postponed to today. I mean, I know if I mean, every time I see a forecast office get their weekly in like a level 2 out of 5 or higher than that, it seems like they just really want to get the weekly in before severe weather comes up because maybe they don't want, because maybe they can't find time on Thursday to make it up or something of that nature. But regardless, at least I'm glad they got it in before the severe weather started. And it seems like every time, and it also seems like every time NWS Wilmington gets put under a risk of severe weather, they actually end up testing no matter what. No matter if it's a slight risk or a marginal risk, they don't care. They'll just go ahead and get the weekly in before it starts. So, yeah, I kind of do see an idea in that. But, I mean, they would have been better off postponing it. But anyway, let's continue here. Yep, KLI still runs there. I see he was monitoring my logger. He was monitoring my logger live as it was happening. Ooh, CTTY. How did he set that up? Cool. I had completely forgotten about the receiver. I had completely forgotten about it. Well, the thing is, it's been a while since I've done the receiver because we have the KW37 stream. We have Coachella. I keep forgetting about it, but you know, eventually I'll get back to it. And then we kind of have a first look outside his new house. And this is Phoenix right here. And what do we have? There's Hanford. That's Las Vegas. More bad drivers. That was earlier today. Earlier this evening. And then there's one of my older videos still in the recommended. Of course, if I go back to videos here, I still have the stuff from yesterday. This one especially. As the missiles make impact on each tower one at a time. And then going back further, there was the first warning. The first warning that we got. Yeah. So, I guess here in this particular case, I don't think doing the Kato was a good idea, now that I think about it. I probably should have left it on the Bearcat. Ooh, it looks like it's time for flip side, isn't it? Alright. Huh, I see Mal Holly jumping in on the action too. Okay. What's this? Art style ratio. Great start to Flipside tonight. Let's get rid of this bridge. Get away, get away, get away. Let's ride it as it falls down. Here we go. Did I ever watch this one? Oh, I see Montgomery County already uploaded it. Unexpected, that's for sure. He didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. None of us saw it coming. Oh, the vital record destruction. Love this. All right, Flipside's on its next break. Let's keep watching this record video, and I'll let y'all enjoy the trains while Flipside's still on. Oh yeah, I've been watching too many of those destruction videos so far. What's going on here? Somebody. Let's head to the ocean. Well, we can't really go in the ocean, can we? Yeah, we can't really go into the ocean. That's for sure. All right, let's sign. Oh yeah, we haven't actually touched this game in forever. So why don't we go in here? My goodness, we haven't been here in forever. And we'll just let you watch the trains here. And we'll go finish up Flipside now. Okay, took care of flip side. Well, now with that done, let's pick another game to play. My goodness, there are a bunch of games we haven't touched in a while. What do we touch next? Alright. Next one. Let's play this map next. And explore the US. And 2. We're gonna do I-90 this week. Let it teleport. Turn the music off. We're in Wausau, Wisconsin. I-99 interchange in New York. We're gonna go from we're gonna start in Boston, downtown Boston, and this is where we will find I-90. So this is where we'll begin. We'll actually go the opposite way. We'll go from west to east. So let's begin here in Boston. This is the very end of it. Alright. Here we go. Our trip south begins. Or west. Well, this is just some of my chiptune music, so I guess we can unmute the microphone. So here we go, our trip west on the longest interstate in the nation, Interstate 90. And there's the other 290. The other 290. Unlike the 290, it's not like the 290 here in Chicago. It's a whole different thing. I think that's at Orchard Park. Is it in toll? And that sign says, "Welcome to Pennsylvania." We will not be in Pennsylvania for long, though, because this is going to be a very short stretch of Pennsylvania in this particular part of the state. Is that the other side of 88? Or is that I-89? Yeah, probably. 86. 79. Find it here in Ohio. And after we head through Cleveland, we will be running concurrent with Interstate 80. And here comes downtown Cleveland. I recognize this. Very sharp curve. One of them continues us on I-90, and the other continues us on 71. Looks like this one keeps us going on I-90. This is what will keep us going. And next we will be crossing the... Well, now we're actually heading into downtown Cleveland. That was actually the 271 junction. Now we gotta go very slow through this tight turn as we bypass downtown. And here is the terminus for I-77. And now we cross over the Cuyahoga River, along with a few railroads on the Innerbelt Bridge, which was replaced. And that is I-71 to continue us to head to Columbus, Ohio. And now we bypass Cleveland. We've made it past Cleveland. And here is where I-90 and I-80, I call it the 80-90, I-80 and I-90 both run together from here to Chicago. They run together from here to Chicago, through the fields of Indiana, just like the Street View video I did, which, by the way, that's where the chiptune music is coming from. I'm playing that video right now. And we're already in Toledo, apparently. So 280 to the Toledo airport. I-75, Toledo or Dayton, Ohio. There's the river, Toledo River, whatever. And I see the sign for welcome to Indiana. Chicagoland is just 100 and something miles away. This is now the Indiana Toll Road, by the way. It was exit 90, which was Elkhart, Indiana. And you can see now we have the signature blue toll booths. And this is where I-80 splits off of I-90. And it will run concurrent with I-94 going into, well, as I-94 continues into Chicago. And now I-90, in fact, I-90 is on its own. Well, won't be for long. And now, welcome to my home state of Illinois. We've made it to my home state of Illinois on the Chicago Skyway. And this is not what the Skyway Bridge looks like, but nice try though. So this is the Chicago Skyway. Then I-90 meets I-94. This is the first time of many times that I-90 will meet I-94. That's Windy City, my hometown. And then the northern terminus of I-55. That terminates at Lakeshore Drive. And here's the other 290, the other I-290. And we will meet the other end in Schaumburg. And then here's the junction, which, by the way, is currently undergoing extensive renovations, reconstruction, re-enhancement. Oh my goodness, we're already at 294? And now this section is known as the Jane Addams Memorial Tollway. And will be known as such until we get to the Wisconsin border. And that was the Fox River we just crossed. There's the toll booth. Right up ahead is Interstate 39, and right next door is Six Flags Hurricane. Well, actually, yeah, it's actually known as Six Flags Magic Water Park, whatever it is now. And then Chesney Park, just outside of Rockford. And this overpass marks the Wisconsin state line. There's I-43 to headed to Milwaukee, and then up to its terminus in Green Bay, farther up north in the state. In fact, I-90 and 39 will both run concurrent for a while, especially as what it appears now, we are entering the Wisconsin Dells. I told you all about this area with the Lost World Water Park and all that. And this is the second time. I-90 and 94 will run together. So now we have I-90, 94, and 39 all running together as I-39 then continues, and I-39 continues Continues off toward this other terminus. So now we have just I-90 and I-94. So it's I-90 and 94 running together once more, but this time for a much longer period. And here is where the two split. And in fact, I-94's western terminus is actually on Interstate 90. It's actually on I-90, believe it or not. And the Mississippi River, and we are now in Minnesota. So yeah, I-94 going east starts in Montana at I-90. Then I-94 and I-90 will both run together again 2 separate times. The first time, like we just saw, in the Wisconsin Dells, and then the second time in Chicago, near downtown Chicago. And I believe we are outside of the Twin Cities right now. So here's where it meets I-35, which splits into 35E and 35W when it reaches the Twin Cities. One way goes to St. Paul and the other will go to Minneapolis, just like it does in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It'll split into 35W and 35WE. One goes through Dallas and the other goes through Fort Worth. "47 miles to Sioux Falls," which will get us into South Dakota. And here's the state line. That's I-29. This is Missouri River crossing. Very soon we'll be on the other side of the state. Kingston, South Dakota, home of Mount Rushmore. Okay, I don't know what the heck just happened. And we are now in Wyoming. We got a few more states to go on our journey. West. And this part is just a whole lot of nothing, but you get some pretty nice scenery too as a plus. And here's the terminus of I-25. The other terminus is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And that I see up ahead is the state line for Idaho, I believe. Nope, that is, well, actually, that is Montana. And we are now in Montana. Jeez, 495 miles to this big state. And here's the other side of where I-90 and I-94 meet. But this time 90 terminates I-94. 94 was kind of meant like a bypass to I-90. But the two, of course, then would eventually, as I said, meet up again. What does this do? It switches interstates, so we could do I-90 and then we can change over to 39, something like that. Big timber. I believe soon we will be halfway through the state. And here's I-15, Interstate 15. And then right here, I believe I-90 and I-15 both run together. I-115 to the city center. If I remember right. Yep, I-90 and I-15 both run together for this part. And then, of course, I-15's next stops going south will be Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, and then eventually its terminus in San Diego. "101, we're almost done. Montana." And we are now in Idaho. That's odd that this is one lane. I guess they do that to a company for the Continental Divide. And we have reached our final state, Washington. The end is getting closer. It is getting closer and closer. I believe we are right now going through Spokane. That would be the airport. for this area. And here comes another bridge over the Columbia River. Not the exciting one with the cantilever yet. '82 to Yakima. And we're almost to Seattle. We're 100 miles outside of the city. And we are officially in the Seattle metropolitan area now. Here's 405 to Tacoma, the capital. And now here we are. Now we cross the floating bridge. And here's Interstate 5. And that's it. We have traveled the entirety of Interstate 90. The entirety of Interstate 90 from Boston to Seattle, the longest interstate in the nation, in the country. And of course, we also partially took a ride on the second longest interstate in the nation, that being Interstate 80. So now that we're done here, ooh, nice splash. All right. Of course, as I expected, the panko didn't really do me any good. So, you know what that means. I'm gonna get a bag of popcorn here as soon as. What's this?
A great coach is humble, kind, honest, and you feel that your child is safe around you.
That's live news, so.
A great coach is humble, kind, honest, and you feel that your child is safe around you.
Trying to find somebody that you're not looking, they're doing the right things.
Always found safe place.
30-second unskippable ad. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Right. And of course, it mentions it was previously recorded, which, of course, it was. Confirms videos playing in low quality for some. In fact, that's actually the bug that happened for me while I was watching Remote Control earlier. I noticed it was in low quality and I couldn't get it back up to 10. I couldn't get it back up to HD. So the audio was HD, but not the video. So all right, let's go find a crossing. We'll go watch some trains from there.
Warning at this time. This test warning is part of the annual Ohio tornado drill. If this was an actual severe weather event, you would be given information about the hazard. The National Weather Service, the Ohio Emergency Management Agency, and the Ohio Committee on Severe Weather Awareness encourage the use of this time to activate and review your severe weather safety plans. Think about where you would go and what you would do in the event of an actual tornado. Repeating, this has been a test tornado warning for the 2025 Ohio tornado drill. This concludes the test. We now resume our normal programming.
Here we go again with Los Angeles's very warm weather. 90 degrees forecasted. Early next week, 80s, low 90s possible. So, yeah. I know California is supposed to have their tsunami awareness drill sometime this month. But we don't know when yet. But right now, let me go get some popcorn. I'll let you all enjoy the trains. And we will move on to our next game after that. That's the sunset from the Wolf Films logo. Well, partially. All right. We'll stick around here for one final trade through DeKalb, and then we'll play the catch-up game, and then that will lead us now to our next game. All right. Now, let's play the catch-up game. Nope. Oh, first let's unignore and then block it. Well, I did the right thing this time. I'm very glad I did. Okay, let's continue on. Where did we leave off? We left off here. Okay. Been through that before. I don't want to go through it again. Alright, let's start with this fire warning. That we got live. We're gonna go back on that. We're gonna go back on WGON for the rest of this stuff.
The North Carolina Forest Service will implement a statewide burn ban and cancel all previously issued open burning permits until further notice. The Burke County Fire Marshal's Office will concurrently implement a local burn ban for all open burning in Burke County. Residents in municipalities should check local ordinances before open burning. Under North Carolina law, the ban prohibits all open burning in all 100 counties in this instance, regardless of whether a permit was previously issued. Anyone violating the burn ban faces a $100 fine plus $183 court costs. Any person responsible for setting a fire may be liable for any expenses related to extinguishing the fire. The statewide burn ban implemented by the North Carolina Forest Service applies to areas beyond 100 feet of an occupied dwelling. The local burn ban implemented by the Burke County Fire Marshal's Office applies to areas within 100 feet of an occupied dwelling. Local burn ban includes but is not limited to bonfires, fire pits, chimney is, yard debris, land clearing, or any other type of open burning. Local burn ban excludes outdoor gas cooking appliances, enclosed cookers. Contact the Burke County Fire Marshal's office at 828-764-9320 or by email at fire@burkings.org with any questions. Important website links: NC Forest Service, www.ncforestservice.gov/burn_permit, NC Division of Environmental Quality, www.dec.nc.gov, Burke County Government, www.burkings.org, NC Fire Marshal's Office.
Alright, then Des Moines. Okay, now to WJON to deal with the rest of this stuff. Starting with this. On the back.
What the fuck? Like, company, a Magnavox and a Phillips back.
Magnavox and a Phillips back. How fun. Alright. Wait a minute. There was something before that. A fly swatter. Wow. Why would they be using a fly swatter to smash a TV? That's lame. Alright, now for this one. It's still on. Okay, next one. Let's just go down here. What about the Blackhawks? Are they playing tonight? Oh, it's on now? Yeah, I was distracted by Flipside and good stuff. Oh my goodness, the GPS. Alright, here is the next one. They saved me from having to go through WMLF. Without breaking the table. Alright. Did I miss anything else? That's it. Okay. Alright, what about any Comcast before we continue, before I edit this? Nothing. Cox? Also nothing. Alright. What's this? After I get this edited, I want to explain about the thing I saw. Yep, then the third period of Blackhawks hockey. They're generally 2-1 against the Kings right now. Yep. The Blackhawks and the Blues will be this weekend. This is Wakefield. Yeah, I've actually recently been seeing Advent Nose ads on TV. Alright, I don't know how far behind I am on this. I only got the first 4 minutes. Well, actually, if I go back on the weather scan, it will actually let me go back. Oh my god, it's really behind. The video feed on it looks to be so far behind, but let me explain. I'll have to look back when we wrap up tonight, but when I saw it, when I saw what I had gotten, I knew right away that this was something that I had been through in October of last year. And this time I did the right thing. Just ignore it, forget it. So that's how the crisis in October could have been avoided. And personally, I am glad I dodged the bullet this time. I'm very glad. Otherwise, we would not be going to destroy a city like we're going to do right now. So with everything now fully edited, does this mute all sound in the game or does that only mute the music? Okay, it only mutes the music. Alright. Because we can play our own music if we wanted to. My goodness, it looks like you did a lot of updates. Looks like you added they added a area. What is this billboard ad? Oh gosh, no, I don't even want to think about it. All right. Let's get rid of this thing. I just remembered the thing that we did previously, where we did this to split the two spans. Then fire a rocket to split those. Oh, yep, there goes one of them. Yep, it's trying to hang on. And I can see some of the cables have already come loose. Alright. Let's go across to the other side now. And do the same thing. My goodness, one of the towers is tilting. And now we'll just split this span. And look at that. Now, oh gosh. And one of the towers just collapsed. Is the whole thing collapsing now? Oh my goodness. The whole thing is collapsing. And I believe I actually saw a similar post from Gateway Star. He almost got scammed on Twitter, but he didn't say what else happened. I think he ignored it like I did, so. But let's forget about what just happened and let's keep on going with this. Oh. Yeah. I kind of hate it when it does that. Where the cursor moves off the Roblox window and it minimizes when I try to click instead of mainly staying in the game, being locked to the window. And we can see the second span is still in one piece. We can also see the towers starting to come apart too, in multiple spots. And when we make the split, now we can see it. I can see all parts of it getting very slowly slanted. Oh my gosh. How is that main span still standing? That should do it. That should cause the rest of it to collapse. There we go. The tower's collapsing. The span hasn't collapsed entirely yet. Oh, yep. The main span's sinking now. And see the water coming in. See it slowly making its way in as the span sinks to the riverbed. As it sinks down the riverbed. That is some devastation right there. And here's our old friend, the Robloxin Energy Power Plant. It's time for board smashing Roblox Power Plant. There we go. The whole cooling tower's coming apart now. That looks like some amazing destruction. The Costco, the everything. Okay, 15 minutes left to play here in this game. Let's continue. Let's continue wrecking this power station beyond repair. Yeah, I don't want to fire too many rockets at once. Oh, here's the GPS destruction. I was still watching. Did it just discard all those rockets that had been fired? I will play this game until 10:15 or something. Look at all the debris flying in the air. That just created a big hole in the building. That just created a big hole in the facility. Look at that. Look at that. That bomb's just gonna explode airborne. Alright, let's put a bomb on top of the building and let's see what happens. Oh my god, I think I glitched up the game. Fire 2 million rockets though. And we're tied. Well, actually not. It's 3-1 Kings with just under a minute left. The Kings are going to win this game 3-1. Will be the final score. And meanwhile, here's what's left of the power plant. Let's see. The cooling station demolished. This part of the building is almost completely destroyed. That's it. So, 15 games remain in the regular season for the Blackhawks. One of them being Saturday against the Blues, which we will be here for. So, the Hawks have been defeated tonight 3-1. The Kings won this game. And I'm going to go ahead and put this on. Get this on 95.5 ready to go for tonight. So pretty much it's get the Chicago Whiteheart test, edit it, and then flip the backgrounds over to Nani and Una, and then head off to bed. It's going to be that simple tonight. Oh, will I even get a chance to play around with the flutter thing again? Maybe do what I wanted to do this time. Well, I guess that depends on how VHO 7 and 8 go if they end up testing, which they should tonight. So far this week, they have not done their test. I've looked back at the recording from Wednesday. I don't even know if 8 went on Wednesday. But I'm going to check, and if I have to leave both of the recording overnight tonight, I will do that. Alright, we'll stick around in this map for about 15 more minutes, and then we will move on to our final game. Before we get on to the real finale. And the real finale being more PlayStation corruptions. And I think for some reason now this is starting to become a fan favorite of our entire network. Now that I'm venturing into the world of PlayStation corruptions, the memes fires on a real computer. Oh gosh.
Whoa! Yes! Oh! Oh! Where's an eye on cat? Yes! Yes! Oh!
The Nyan Cats. Start a repair. Attempting repair. Trying to repair it with a Windows 8 USB.
Speaker. Guys. I tried to start a repair and everything's doing it tonight on cats. That's bad. Those fucking install Win. Made a file system. Now be gone.
Run memes on an actual computer. You know what? Maybe when they get rid of old machines this year, maybe that's what I'll do. Find the memes virus. Okay, I probably shouldn't. But you know what? Maybe that could be another way. I mean, even before I started, I was having a lot of fun with the memes malware, viewer made malware. I was having fun with that, and maybe that could be a way to get rid of the school. Well, maybe get rid of that. I would have to very quickly get it and then take it off the network. But I mean, I wouldn't want to harm the school's network, so I'd rather not do that. But preferably, I would just go with more suitable methods, such as deleting BCD or running the RD command. Yeah, running the RD command. That's. And I earlier too, while I was watching that Minecraft video that I made, I was thinking maybe that's what I should have done. Maybe that was the song I should have done when I destroyed Windows 7. Then I could have been able to put it on my channel. That would have been that would have been amazing. Yeah, that would have been amazing. But it's all right. All right, this is what's left of the building that needs to be annihilated. That should cause the whole thing to collapse now in a chain reaction. There we go. Yep, that should cause the whole thing to fall. Now that we've destabilized every tower. And see, there's what's left of the bridge. Next area, the pier. Oh yeah, we haven't done this area yet. Let's try and ride the Ferris wheel while it's falling down. I think it's falling over. That seems like we're stranded now, up at the very top. And this is possibly what's still keeping its shape. Now let's try to get in one of the carriages while it splits. There we go, now it's splitting apart. And now for the real finale of this game. See if we can. Let's try and. Let's try to drive a car over the bridge while it's collapsing. Try to see if we can. Nope, not possible. Oh my god, we can actually drive in the water? No way. There is no way that's possible. Alright. Now let's sink this boat. All we just need to do is hit the bottom with a hammer. And that's it. That's all that needs to be done. Then we can just go on top and watch it sink. So we can see the whole ship is sinking now. I mean, look at that. The whole ship is literally coming down. Somehow trailers on trains to cross the Colorado Rockies. And there goes the whole ship. And there we go. The whole ship is collapsing. Right. Yeah, that's enough city destruction. Alright. And with that, we've moved on. We are now going to move on to our final game here. And then we're going to go corrupt the PlayStation BIOS again. Let me acknowledge all this stuff. Oh yeah, here was this thing from earlier. You just you hide something. Oh well, no one's home. I guess you don't want your Kindle Fire. Back to the truck. Alright. That's okay. That's alright. Well, that's okay. That's alright. We understand. So, with that said, let's start the finale. Alright, that's gonna do it. That is going to end our Roblox show here for this week. We're gonna have a little fun with the PlayStation. So we're gonna have a little more fun with the PlayStation in a bit. First, we have a quick product to go back on. Let's do that. Let's do that now. And as I do that, we're gonna end our weather scan, folks. I want to thank those watching on the weather scan right now for joining us tonight. So our Roblox show. If MVG ends up starting, we're in and right up in time tonight. We'll cover that in its entirety. As I said, alongside that, we'll be messing around with more PlayStation options. So we'll do that alongside the cup as it goes tonight. And if we have to sign off before the cup even starts, then that's fine with us. We'll do that. So, those watching on the weather scan, we'll return now to normal programming. Come on over to our pay feed if you want to see more PlayStation BIOS corruptions. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow night for our Friday Fun Night show. This has been Roblox Live on Plainfield TV. Okay, so that's that. I've got the HO14 going on the iPad. I'm going to reload it every 5 minutes. So every 5 to 10 minutes, I will reload it. And I'll keep doing that until it tests. And I'll go ahead and start dimming some of the lights. Well, in the process, I'm going to go ahead and get these. Oh, this went back to preset 1 by default. That guy must have went back to preset 1. I'm going to get this guy on 1690 AM. That's all set to go, so the only things that are on now is that little light and my candle. That's the only things that are on. I've got the laced up sort of remote control up right now. Oh, there it is. Episode 17. Right as I was going to the playlist. Yeah, I know what a fifth of better means. No, we can just let that go. Alright, so we're going to stick around for the NROC Cup tonight, and then after the Cup, we're done, and we will be done. So, again, as the Cup goes, we'll play along to it, and at the same time, we'll do some more PlayStation BIOS corruptions. And while I'm at it, I also have the Friday stuff ready to go, so I'll just go ahead and restart the station to apply the monitors. With that going now, there's a couple more that I want to add too. Alright, where are they? First one being this. Well, the end of our playlist because there are a couple of other things that I need to add, and that is postpone tests. Tallahassee is working fine, but they didn't even make their test up, so we're going to add them in. VTV FM didn't test today either, for some reason. Okay. I will restart it again when we get to the end. Right now, let's get this party started. So let's go ahead and fire up the Scares Scrambler here. And you know what? Let's put on the natural audio so you can hear every corruption as we do it. And I noticed that the audio from the virtual machine was louder than previously, so I've actually corrected the microphone volume this time around. But before we go any further, we need to locate the file of the BIOS. It's asking me, isn't it? Okay. And then we have to tell it what file to write to, and it will replace it. Alright, so what blocks should we do first? Let's do 800, 8475, 5430, 500. Oh no, that's too much. Increment by 1. Do it by 19. Do it by 20. I don't care. Block size of 1. We'll do 12, 8, 8, 9. Add or subtract 1, and then corrupt. Okay. And I'm going to move the File Explorer window as well as the Scrambler. And now we will launch the. Oh, nope, I didn't want to launch it twice. Then we gotta load in the image. And I'm hearing nothing. Nothing is coming out of the emulation. Okay, let's try this again. Except it doesn't like the BIOS completely because it's so corrupt that now this emulation cannot read it. Okay, now we're getting a bunch of errors. Okay, let's go to 85-190. Let's see what we get. Unhandled exception. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try 57,487. Now, some corruptions I might get lucky, other times, not really. Let's see what we get. Oh god. Oh god. We got screwed up audio, and now we do not have the PlayStation byline or text. We do not have anything like that. Let's try 57,567. And it didn't like that BIOS file either. Try to move the file. Let's go 57,767. Oh, looks like we have errors already. Oh god, that's a lot of errors. Alright, let's try 103,842. Oh god, oh god. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at all this graph. Oh my god. The graphical glitches. Look at this. Look at this. This. Oh my god. It's just some history I don't care about. And it looks like we're getting errors again. Alright, let's see what we get here. Oh god. Oh god. Ooh. Trivago?
Tonight's episode of Community Camp, starring Kevin Henry, will not be seen tonight in order to bring you this special presentation.
Look at this. So we just got a bunch of audio glitches. Alright, let's see what happens here. And nothing special to see yet. Let's try this. Oh gosh. No errors yet. No glitches yet. Yeah, so the majority of these blocks like these don't really tend to yield any corruptions.
Sir Ferguson. Thank everybody out there. Thank you, everyone. Number 17. Last week's episode, because for the third time.
I think a lot of people missed. A lot of people missed it over the lunar eclipse. Nothing. Still. Oh, I think I see something. Did I see? Did I just see part of the computer text get cut off? Okay, I guess it's normal behavior. Nothing. If they're gonna think about slapping a Friday episode of Monopoly Night in America in front of my face, good luck with that. Good luck with that, because we ain't covering it. We're covering Sorry. They're gonna be so sorry when we do it, that's for sure. And are we getting anywhere? Okay, looks like it works. And let me load it too on this machine in case it goes out. Because 14 has to test tonight. They have to do it. They have to do it. They did not do it at all this week. So, let's keep them all separate. And let me separate the two. Wait, what? Administrative message for Arizona? Come on, we're trying to corrupt a PlayStation BIOS here.
Playing my favorite game shows with you guys. One of which, of course, is Joker, and maybe put that go in the future. It just depends on how this one goes.
An issue from Sheriff's Office. This is the Arizona Department of Public Safety. The County Sheriff's Office is looking for Mark Gregory, last seen on President 19th in Dolphin Springs. If you have contact with the Please call 911. Monitor TV and radio for updates.
Good evening, everybody.
It's not really evening anymore. Not really evening anymore. All right, let's try this now. And okay, let's try this. I know it's an invalid file, but size or whatnot, but whatever. Nothing special to see yet. We're still not getting anything. Alright. Let's try. Colleges and universities, U.S. history, F.G. sports, and Eddie's. Oh no. What is up with this thing? Why is it not yielding any result? Okay. Start at block 45,000. Oh, looks like we're getting errors already. Yep, I think this BIOS is so corrupted. I can't even, Okay, yep, I'm gonna close that. Did it even write the file? There we go. Okay, here we go. Joker, and U.S. history, oh my. Is that PlayStation logo out of place? Because it sure looks like it to me. What do I have it at? 3 million? Okay. Let's try this.
They only serve one time. All share the same thing. You're right for $200. Obvious.
No changes yet, huh? It's gonna be some time before we get somewhere. Alright, 100.
Sports category.
Okay, I think it wrote it. I don't really know if it did because it kept going. Okay, maybe we might need a different. That's too much. There we go. Let's try this now.
Not graph. Each day is $200.
Not graph. Yay, the two. Still enough.
Let's try Ed's, Edwards, and Eddie's for 100.
Okay, I'll wait for the scrambler to load.
Ed's, Edwards, and Eddie's, I'll let you know that every answer is either going to contain an Ed, an Edward, or an Eddie. Or maybe both. Depends. Your question for this category concerns the Seattle Mariners' all-time leader in games played, hits, runs, and RBIs for $100 each. Who is this Ed, Edward?
Edgar Martinez.
And you're right for $100.
Oh, look, I found another FN sports category. Sweet.
Doesn't like that.
Brandon, for his spin.
All right, let's spin.
Doesn't work.
Let's go totally 80 for 100.
Totally 80. Sorry. Good. Totally 80s question is, Brandon, what famous
Somewhere.
Was it the Statue of Liberty?
It was for $100. Was 100 and 300. It's going ahead.
Now it looks like we're getting somewhere here. That is.
Not what I needed to see.
Okay.
I'm going to try colleges and universities for 50.
Oh God. Oh. 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 Oh God.
Australia.
Oh gosh. Everything's out of place. What is it? Is it a widescreen now? Oh wow. Wow.
Singleton. Yay.
Oh wow.
Totally 80.
Oh my gosh. The my gosh, what do we have here? We have like the S is like so large.
$50. E.T. the extraterrestrial.
The S is so large. Oh my gosh.
For a trio of Joker for Yoink.
This is great. We got we have the this is great. We got the Sony logo. We have a giant S and this is wonderful. This is just so wonderful. Let's see it again. Let's try this. Oh God.
America's Cup.
It glitched. The audio glitched. Let's try 5900 now and see what. Let's see what we get. Errors already.
Wow. So, Brandon, that's $550 to add on to your impressive total. You'll be getting ready to face Lucy in just a minute. Peach.
I know.
It was your category. What happened?
I don't know tennis, Jason. You wouldn't stop asking me tennis questions.
Soccer. No comment.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Can't really restore it, can you?
He's tried to hold it on. We managed to get it from the cuts. Not a total blowout.
I got that first question.
Can you restore, please?
It seems so obvious now that I think about it. I'm going to be thinking about it for a little while to come.
So for the next time, hope that you don't fall for the trap again.
Agree.
But still, $100 is nothing to sneeze at.
Suppose if we were actually in the 80s, you would be correct.
Well, $100 these days, and we don't talk about that.
Oh my goodness.
Time on the show, at least, Pete.
There you go. Fixed it.
And we hope to see you later on before the season's over.
I sure hope to be there.
We sure hope to see you. In the meantime, everybody out there, give it up one last time for Eagles Peach.
Well done, Brandon. Very, very well done.
That's win number 6 for you. Huh. It's about that's the most anybody's ever won in this series. How do you feel?
Stunned. I didn't think it was the Davis Cup, but it was the first major named trophy that came to mind. So I'm like, I don't get penalized if I'm wrong. Just throw it out there and see if it's right. Stunned. I'm right.
What? You're out there, you hope it stuck. It actually stuck. It got you win number 6, and I feel like you need a minute to thoughts.
Yes. Collect my thoughts, release my bladder, and come back with a new plan.
Well, there you go. Time we'll take a commercial break, and when we come back, Brandon Starks is gonna face up against his best friend Lucy in the face of double round. We'll find out how he does after this. Don't go away.
So nothing done there. Let's go to block 6860 and let's see what. No, that is not what I want to run. Oh, there we go. Then it executed the illegal opcodes. And then it just stopped. Borkin. Oh my goodness. And it stopped working. Ah, that's lovely. That is lovely. Okay. Let's do this again. See what happens. Sound. Okay, it looks like it crashed even before the PlayStation text could even display. Oh my goodness. Alright. 7240, let's see what we get. I'm not sure if the stuttering's from the virtual machine or the actual thing. Oh god, oh god. Yep, we can't even load the PlayStation logo. Wow. Alright, let's do this again. Insert image, and we'll load the game. Looks like we have an error already. And that's it. There you go. There's your Sony Computer Entertainment logo in silent, in complete silence, just for you. And it looks like some opcode errors already, even before the logo comes up. I'm gonna rename this thing. Keep increasing the blocks. Let's do 7880. And it looks like we got errors already. Okay, 8100. And it looks like we're getting an episode of errors even before the BIOS is even loaded. Wow. Okay, let's... Is not a valid image. That's obviously a bad sign. My sound is working. Because I didn't hear an air sound. Maybe I went too fast on that box. And it looks like we're getting errors again before the BIOS even loads. And we don't get any text on the screen. And here also. So there you go. There's your textless Sony Computer Entertainment and PlayStation logos. You just get the Sony Computer Entertainment diamond and the PlayStation symbol with no text. That's all you get. That's all you get. No text. Alright, let's try this one now. Oh no. That does not sound pretty. I think that's all we get. Alright. Let's try this one. Looks like we're getting a bunch of translate address errors. Alright. Let's try this. Nope, the BIOS isn't even loading. I guess we're gonna keep trying until we get a... Oh, yep, there we go. Invalid BIOS file. Alright, now we're at block 10,000. Okay. Alright, let's make it 120. Nothing special here. Yep, all perfectly normal. Okay, let's go to 10,320. There wasn't even a fade effect. And there's no text on the diamond again. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my god. Yeah, then I won't be sitting here torturing you with burying my cup while we interrupt PlayStation files for the, I don't know, the third time live this week. I don't see anything exciting.
With adjustable resistance levels. Stay motivated and reach your fitness goals from the comfort of your home. Saves for weight with intricately designed plates, bowls, and cups, perfect for special occasions or everyday use. I also know that you're a gamer, so you'll be enhancing. Gaming system features a variety of exciting games and a sleek design, making it perfect for your entertainment needs.
Oh my goodness. The triangles are so large.
Accommodations and a beautifully appointed room and breakfast each morning. Explore the island's stunning scenery and hotel's world-class amenities. And then this prize package is worth $5,000.
I haven't been to Mackinac Island either. Probably won't, but oh well. My goodness.
Hey, I'm surprised. I'm like, I'm good with that. Now I'm all right. Back to records. Okay.
Audio.
Along with everything we wanted in the front game. Now, I wasn't expecting to do that much with that. Notes. Punch numbers quickly.
This one doesn't load anything.
750 plus the 550 for the upfront game.
Nope, nothing.
Then was free. 73 plus everything that you got prior to this.
Crash.
He flies in here. They got the puppy's head.
1,275. 6 movies.
gosh.
And you're going on the tic-tac-toe after that. Yeah. With the joke right in front of.
Yeah.
Something else. Seventh right over there. So you ready to go get it?
I'm gonna try.
Gonna try. When we come back after this commercial break, Brandon's gonna win the championship on tic-tac-toe with Phil Ferguson. Seventh win, we'll find that out after this. Don't go away.
Resistant calendar watches, fashion-like bracelet creation, and stylish stainless steel and gold tones from Helgos.
Oh, wow.
Brings elegance to their fashions for daytimes and evening wear. Designs and luxurious fabrics for the sophisticated woman on the go. TCL. And a member of our studio audience will receive a complete reference collection from Merriam-Webster, including a deluxe CD-ROM version of the best-selling collegiate dictionary and thesaurus from Merriam-Webster.
My goodness, I love this one. The license by Sony Computer Entertainment America text is jumbled up now. It's just a bunch of dots and lines. It's just a whole bunch of dots and lines and Ika. That's all it says. Ika. And then that text was left unchanged. Alright, let's see what we get this time around. Okay, nothing. Just a bunch of errors right out of the gate. BIOS file cannot be read. And it crashed. And we're just gonna keep going until it actually works. Looks like it is this time. Oh wow. Computer entertainment is in the center of the diamond. Jeez, wow. So, the top triangle is not present in computer. So, Sony is off center, and computer entertainment is taking over the center of the diamond, apparently. Oh, that's great corruption. Let's see what this. Let's try this and see what we get. Invalid BIOS file. Ah, that's a nice error, isn't it? Alright, let's try this one. Where's the diamond? The diamond is missing. The diamond has gone missing. The diamond has gone... The diamond has gone missing. And we don't get anything at this stage. Let's try to minimize the command prompt and just... I guess I can't run without the command prompt, but... Minimize, but okay. Okay, here we go. And we're just getting a bunch of illegal physical address errors. And BIOS is corrupt. Or rather, BIOS file cannot be read. What should we try next? Let's try 8. Let's just go right to 80 and see what we get. How do we subtract? Okay, let's go down to 75 and let's see what we get. And we're getting BIOS is missing or corrupt. And we're getting the error again. BIOS file is corrupt. And it's corrupt. I'll give the scared scrambler a moment to compose itself. There we go. Alright, let's try this number here. Invalid file. And it likes it. But then it just starts spazzing out errors. Invalid file. Let's try 265. Nope. No diamond, no intro. Not a valid file, and it crashed already. So it did the unhandled exception and crashed at the same time. Alright, let's just go to block 373 and see what we get. It works, but we're getting errors. A file. Let's try this one. It's working. And we're getting nothing out of it. Let's do this again. Top and the diamond glitched. And no text. Alright, let's see. Not a valid file. Not a valid file. Valid. Let's try this again. It is valid this time.
But to do it, so let's do it here. Travis, I hope you're ready. Here we go. Absolutely. From Grandma's Videos and Anything Production. It's everybody's game of strategy, knowledge, and fun. It's Tic-Tac-Toe. Host of Tic-Tac-Toe, welcome to... Thank you very much, Travis Skelter, and welcome everyone to Tic-Tac-Toe. just one of the many great shows here that's a part of the season finale coming here in just a few short weeks. We've got a champion that is on a dominating now and a challenger.
The computer entertainment logo is gone. It just went straight to the PlayStation thing. And no text again. Still no text. Except now it's frozen. It's not responding. And now the right half is done. Glitched out. Okay, there it goes again. This is crazy. Alright, let's see what we get here. Nothing. Alright. Go ahead and corrupt the file and just move on. It's us off at like 11. And no text. No text. Not a valid file. Try for a 7th win? Damn. No intro. Dang. And no password for the time. Let me see where we got. Let me see where we got that. We got that crazy. Where we got that crazy Where we got that crazy graphical error. Where we got that crazy graphical corruption. Yeah, it's probably from the stream from yesterday. And let me look at the numbers, and we'll increment it by 1, see what changes. So it was 1,278. 5, 4, 5, 8 to 20. And we're going to increment this to 28. Alright, let's see. We should be getting some similar effects, so let's see what we get. I expect a glitched up PlayStation logo. Or not. Let's try to... Okay, the diamond's completely missing, but we still got the triangles from it. Ah, yeah, there you go. There's the glitched up PlayStation logo. Except it looks a whole lot different. This is 279. So... Through a pillow. Well, I'm glad. Unknown reverb. Doesn't know what reverb this is. Ooh, wow. Oh, oh wow. Wow. And the SCEA abbreviation is missing. Incremented by 5. Let's go by 5 again. Now we're getting somewhere with this. Dang, that looks creepy. That looks like a creepy PlayStation logo, doesn't it? Audio glitches. I can tell some pieces or instruments are missing. Oh, that's right. Wow, that is pretty bright. That looks like a very that's a very bright PlayStation logo. That is very bright. Let's try this one.
Usually in horse racing, that means linking together two or more individual wagers and the outcome depending if all of those
So at this point, we're just glitching up the PlayStation symbol. Oh no, audio.
Johnny puts the turn into the chips and into the pot before any poker hands are dealt.
Lower the brightness.
I need a more specific term, please.
Wow.
Composed the Brandenburg Concerto.
That's not valid. Florida's down to 265. If ever, oh god. The triangles are squished. License. License.
To get extra to think about it, and it's going to be worth $300 to
My god. License. License.
What is the name of the Christmas ballet that was written by Tchaikovsky in 1892?
Here we go, audio error.
No, go ahead. I'll let you take a guess. Oh, you know what? So, just for that one, I say I held myself more like behind myself. Yes. So here's what we're going to do to be fair, because I want to be fair to Brandon. I'm going to ask you a different question and then give you that extra time to think about it. So here we go. Before becoming well known as a singer and as a judge on American Idol, who started out as a choreographer for the LA Lakers cheerleaders and then as a choreographer for Janet Jackson? All right, so now with that said, here comes your extra time to think about it.
That's the first time you messed up.
So before becoming as a singer, and you got that center box. Oh, I do. And
that's the only part of the P in the PlayStation symbol that we get. SC. Oh, gee, what of a triangle. Oh, my God.
So here's your question for Brandon. Brandon, what ocean has the same volume as that of the Earth's moon? So for Gianni, name the ocean.
Would that be the Pacific?
And you have your block. $1,700 is now in our Okay, interesting choice there. Words in the upper left-hand corner.
See what we get.
That was invented by a man.
S. That's all we get in the byline. F. What happens if we make this a negative value? Let's see what happens if we make it a negative value. Nope, it doesn't like negative values. So I cannot write it with a negative value. Wow. Wow.
The game is flipped, but Gianni has a chance.
Okay, doesn't like that.
Thing in the upper left-hand corner. Of course, Gianni, you're going to need to get this question in.
Oh my goodness, that other triangle.
Make up the Indianapolis 500. So for the horizontal block of Brandon, give me the number of blocks. How many? 2.
Oh wow. The triangles. One's small and one's tall. Is that PlayStation P taller?
For the win here. Get this question correct, you're going to add $1,000 to the pot. You will also have a vertical tic-tac-toe, which will give you an additional $2,900, taking you up
PlayStation thing again.
So for tic-tac-toe and $2,900.
Oh, here we go again. Blitz triangle. And the PS symbol is gone.
Seesaw. All right, seesaw here. So here, this is one of our special categories. Last question has multiple answers involved in it, and you guys are going to take turns going back and forth giving me correct answers. Play will continue until one of you gives me a wrong answer, repeats one, or you run out of time. If any of those things happen, then the opponent is going to win the box right then and there. Okay? Or if one of you gives me the last correct answer on my list, that will also win you the box. So, of course, Gianni, if you are in this box, you will have a
The same effect we saw earlier. Certainly sound like it. Alright, we'll do a few more corruptions and then we'll have to... Oh god.
Okay? American League teams only. So, of course, Johnny, since you're the one that chose the category,
Miami Marlins?
No, I'm sorry. They are a National League team. So, Gianni, that means you have your block.
Just those things lined up. Alright. One more corruption and then we'll have to stop here.
And we shuffle with that.
Alright, one more corruption. Oh, wow. Did that thing go pretty fast? It did. So I'm like, wow. Okay, that's enough.
Egypt in many odds. So for tic-tac and $2,300 in your seventh win, give me the term.
What comes to mind?
You were so close. It's polytheism.
Dang it.
I'm so sorry there. All right. Not over yet. We shuffle. Gianni, over to you.
Hope it helps. Good words. We'll win.
All right, Gianni. Now you have an opportunity to win here with words. You get this right, you will become our new champion and have $2,300 to your name to start your reign. So, here comes your question in words.
Amazon Shipping has the technology and transportation network to move your business forward. Selling your
new of a fork. And give me the Johnny, what are the fingers of a fork called? For tic-tac-toe and to become our new champion, give me the name. different T. They're tines. Still alive as we shuffle. Brandon, back to you.
All right, grand question again for the win.
All right, grand question once again. This today, you got that tic-tac-toe and $3,100 added to your name. So here comes your question for the grand. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring. Can you name the small animal that was specifically mentioned as not stirring? For tic-tac-toe, your seventh win of $3,100. Name the animal.
Not even a mouse.
And you got tic-tac-toe.
This game's not a real
Good game there, gentlemen, would be an understatement. That was a game back and forth. I could feel both of your microphones sweating. But Brandon, we'll be back to talk to you here in just a moment. But first, Gianni, we come to you. Gianni, you gave Brandon everything he could handle and a little bit more. But unfortunately, when you had your opportunities, you just weren't able to kind of follow through. How are you feeling at the moment?
Wow.
Well, I was going to say, I knew it was going to be.
No, it's any feedback.
Whatever you call it. I think we were probably going to give him a good one. And I think, although I didn't come out on top, I still think, I think I gave him around for his money. So definitely a lot better than I would have expected.
Well, yeah, you did a fantastic job. I want to congratulate you on that, even in the defeat. So of course you got 3 O's on the board. We give you the $200 is what we do. I know one of them was the spinner box, but we do 200 for each one that you have as your parting gift. So that's going to be $600 added to your total overall on the season, and we'll check real quick there. Neil Straniski, what does that take Gianni to for the season?
All right. Enough of these BIOS things.
Well, Gianni, that takes your season total up to $17,655.
Very nice total there for you, Gianni. So with that number listed, that's definitely going to mean right now you're sitting inside of the top 10, which is where you need to be to make it to the Tower of Terror tournament. So thank you very much for playing, and who knows, we may see you back here again as we make our way through the last 3 episodes. There, ladies and gentlemen, Gianni Peasy, a great player. And this is the time where we're going to take ourselves a little commercial break. And when we come back, Brandon's going to give it a chance to once again go up against his old pal Fluffy to see if he can add a whole other amount of money to his total and to the overall jackpot right here on Tic-Tac-Toe as a part of the Barry and Enright Cup. Come back here in just a minute, won't you?
All right.
This dead pile, which I think most of these just need a test. No, here's a good example of one that needed light repair. The hinge was completely flopping around and everything. Taking it off. This motherboard does work. Lights up like this. Press it, and it should. CPU with a salvage battery. Yeah. Keyboard shut off. This screen's definitely kind of cooked. This was the one updating over there. But okay, well, it just shut off. This screen's definitely kind of cooked. This was the one updating over there. Let's put this new board in.